Shalum Shalum Mashpaka. Watchman Yirmiyahu, Qadashayam of Yasharal. Just about ready to check out of my hotel room in Greensboro. Trying to let one of the videos finish uploading. The internet is trash. This room is trashed. I'm kind of surprised that they're able to even rent it out. And probably some inspector come through here and shut it down. I think they think that screws and a caulk gun are the solution to every type of maintenance involved. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to talk about something that happened to me the other day when I was at the Barnes & Noble. I went to the Barnes & Noble to try to wait out some of the heat and to use the internet there and to try and upload some of these videos, and that didn't work out. But you know, Yahuwah had other plans for me, and it was a divine appointment, I believe. You know, the Most High is sovereign in all things, and His timing is perfect, and you know, He's behind all appointments. And so let me just share this with you guys, because I believe that the scriptures that talk about us entertaining angels unawares, I believe that I was tested by the Most High, and I just pull all that I did well, that he would say, "Well done, my Taub and Amunah filled servant." While I was in the little coffee sitting area of the Barnes & Noble, which is filled with some of the most wicked things, and seems innocent, a bookstore. But when you understand what is behind the publications and how it's used to steer the minds, the hearts and minds of the people, and other overtly satanic things, like all kinds of Harry Potter relics and things for sale. But anyway, I digress. I was sitting there and I heard dog first, the little nails, right, coming across the floor. And I just turn and look, and I just said, "Hi puppy, because I usually do that when I see a dog. And then I looked at the man, and we just exchanged smiles, and he was kind of walking past me, coming across this way, and I said, "It's brutally hot out there, ain't it?" And he just pulled up a chair, like one over from me, and sat down, and he was like, "Oh yeah." And I gave him I looked at the dog. It was kind of like the Spuds MacKenzie looking dog, white with like brown spots, and super cute. Likely a girl with like a little pink harness thing on. And I checked him out, and I noticed that, you know, his socks were inside out, his ankles were purple, like a vascular disorder of some sort, diabetic neuropathy, possibly something else these days that I've been noticing in a lot of people who looked to the world for the solution. Sock inside out. He had these ulcerations like sores on his leg, and there was one large one on both legs that kind of shocked me. And I've come from a medical background. I've seen a lot of things, and then he needs wound care, like, you know. But you know, obviously he's in between homes, right? A journey man. Looking like he needed to come in there to escape that heat, because it could be threatening. like life-threatening. There's a heat wave coming across the east right now, and probably catching a lot of people off guard, and probably doing a lot of harm to folks who don't have a home, or who are elderly, or who just underestimate the power of it. But anyway, this encounter led to conversations about the beast system, about the tyrannical oppressors, about the prince of the power of the air, about the flat earth, about the firmament, him asking me if I thought Adam had a belly button, really, like, I feel honored to be able to go in that deep with someone who's a stranger. I told him the name of the Most High, what his name means. I told him who God really is, who Jesus is, that they filled our Bibles with the words like SIN, which is a foreign mighty one. To be able to share these things, and for him to actually like be receiving these things, amazing opportunity. And I tried to share everything in all truth and in all love. Like, I'm like pouring myself into this person, like, you need to hear this, you need to understand this. And they lied to you in the churches. He had church speak down, but you could see that he had disassociated himself with religion, which is actually well. Well, I don't know if anything resonated and sunk in. A woman came in who was obviously with him. She looked highly affected, like tweaky, like, you know. And she was sitting there for a while, listening, kind of smirking and keeping her head down. And then she said something to him, and he said, okay. And he felt like, it looked like he was getting pulled away from the conversation, but he had been really enjoying the conversation and finding it very interesting. So he basically had said to me something along the lines of that he would be right back. So I was like, yeah, no problem. I looked at my phone and I saw that I had messages from my Shah that I didn't get or notice. My sound was off on my phone and we were just talking. So I was answering her, and they had both went outside, but left a few things there. And I noticed a pair of socks on the floor, folded, clean-looking, multicolored socks, whatever. And then, like, maybe about 6 or 7 minutes later, she came in with the dog and started grabbing things. And I was like, I believe that those are you guys' socks right there. And then she thanked me and picked those up, and she left. And I knew that he wasn't coming back. And it just came over me, like, in my emotions, like, sorry, did I do well, Father? Did I do well? You know, back when I was in Exton and I would try to share the Gospel, which is Yashar'Al spell, okay? It's a false message, a false hope, a false, I shouldn't have said HOPE, I'm sorry. It's a false message, okay? I was able to share a lot of the true basura. And the difference was, before, when I would say those things, I never really felt that, like, yearning to like in my heart to say, did I do well, Abba? Did I do well? I had thought about offering to buy him something, even though none of the stuff that was there is actually well. all of it is unwell. I ended up not even buying anything for myself, even though I had thought about it. I was like, what would I even get? What would I even get? It's all sugar and harmful chemicals and worse. But I failed to offer that to him because I did get so caught up in our conversation, which was a mutual conversation, like back and forth for probably a couple of hours. It was amazing. And I definitely believe that Abba will test us this way and see how we do. And if we shrink back in any way, if we compromise on the truth, or if we're bold to be pleasers of Yahuah and the truth, or try to win friends and influence people. I don't want to be about that. I wasn't about that, and for that I give Yahusha thanks, much thanks, because every topic that we came across, I was given the words to speak in that moment to make a defense for the amunah that is within me, that's rooted in evidence and sound reason and scripture, and all of it validates the scripture, and the scripture validates the truth because it is the truth. Hallelujah. So I wanted to share that with you guys. I had a very close brother whom I miss dearly. He is dwelling with the Most High in the wilderness, one-on-one right now. And he's looking to do that for a few months even. It's amazing. But he told me of a story he had traveling across the country, running into a man standing on the side of the road that he offered a ride, and took down to like the gas station, and then offered to buy him food, and gave him what he had in his. He had $500 on him, and he gave him the $500, and he was puzzled by it, and everything like that. And I told him, I believe that Abba was testing you, and that you were entertaining Malakim unaware. And this statement from the scripture is true in a twofold way, because it could be an actual Malak coming down. We have stories in the scripture of people interacting with angels in the flesh, and also that you never know who you're dealing with and who you're talking with. Could be one of the 144,000 king priest forever, and they might be homeless, and they might be outcast and not a part of this world, because they're not truly of this world. And so it seems that it can be true in a twofold way. It could be that they're already an angel coming into space and time, or that they could be in the flesh right now. They're going through their refining, and they're going through basically the way that a star is born, a malakim. In the Shemayim, my family and I, Mashpaka and I, we just read 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, and while we were in 1 John, which I believe is only 5 chapters, there is a reference to us being made like the stars. I can't quote it right now, but when it came up, my Yapa'asha, hi baby, I love you so much, I miss you. She said, oh, that's like what you've been talking about lately. Because I think that it is very possible that when we look up into the heavens and we see the stars that are running their circuits perfectly through all these 6,000 plus years of redemptive history of creation, that those are like the Qadashayam of Yasharal, the renewed and perfected Adam, made like Yahusha, but they're outside of time. And so maybe not. It's just something that Abba's been feeding me, and some things that the Father feeds us are like just eating the most nutrient dense meat. It's meat for you to eat, and you chew on it, and you gotta work it out. It's not a salvific thing, but it is filled with beauty. And Apollo, that I did well, and I look forward to any future opportunities to do such things. All right, so I'm going to pause for now. We get packed up here, and we're going to get on the road. We're going back to Goshen. And Shalom. Shalom, shalom. So we're just traveling here. I have a fuel stop, 3.5 hours in the GPS. I'm keeping my eye out for a place to refill my coffee. I am trying to get to Pilot or Flying J, just because I want to try to utilize my points for the coffee. But sitting here listening to these ongoing theater developments with Israel and Iran and the United States and NATO and all the rest of it. And they just broke in and said that they're going to go to a Pentagon briefing. So I thought maybe we could just listen to that together. A lot of this is a repeat of what we had seen previously, but it is absolutely gorgeous out here today. It's currently 80 degrees and 8 a.m. is the local time. My stay in the hotel was much needed, even though that was a gross place. The Red Roof in Greensboro Airport I would not recommend whatsoever. I guess I probably won't have to go into the details of that. But being able to stretch out, getting 2 evenings, a Shabbat, able to be on the phone with my mashpaka, my household, for some over 4 hours, going through a couple chapters in the book of Daniel, where you do see a lot of description of this end times character, this anti-Mashiach character, of which there are several anti-Mashiach or anti-Mashiachim, right? But then also a reassurance to the prophet to just basically not worry, go continue out your days, and a reassurance that you are in the kingdom. And I thought that that was important, and I discussed it with my Yapa Asha, my baby, I love you. That, we can't become too enamored and too engrossed in everything to do with end times prophecy and the anti-Mashiach and all this stuff, that we have to make sure that we keep our balance. Every watchman cannot remain on the wall watching day after day after day, lest you really won't be able to perceive clearly. You start to be unable to see things. You're just fatigued spiritually. You need to come down off of that wall. You need to rest. Salah. Take a breath, take a break from all that. Because then, when you return, you are able to see clearly. And that's very important advice for all my Akim who are watchmen out here. I actually listened to a couple things that some folks were saying, and I was very shamcha, filled with guilt to see that there are a lot of people talking about the theater, the television, the drama, that it's scripted, that, all that. That's the main thing that I wanted to emphasize to people when they're listening to these different news broadcasts, the comms, as I call them, communications. Checking to see if they had a pilot or a flying J at this rest stop, and they do not. Well, here, for example, is a gorgeous view of the flowers that they have placed right there. And they have more on this side, and I appreciate this state for the works that they have done on the roadways. Look how smooth this road is. This is I-74 West, and it's great. Take this example, other states who have roads that are just trash. I mean, just absolute trash. And the construction always ongoing, but never really seeming to arrive at this. In fact, it's interesting. I'm not really seeing construction here. Now watch, I'll turn around and see a great big one. Right? This is the way it is sometimes. But yeah, Hallelujah, Yahuah, all is well. Boy, 1 John. If you read through 1 John and you don't get tricked by the English, because it is tricky, they insert their Trinitarian doctrine. They really, really do. But the author is literally saying that if anyone comes to you with any other doctrine than this, that Yahusha is Yahuwah, then let them be accursed. Okay, this is actually the exit that I'm going to take to grab a refill on my coffee. And then we will pick back up and hear what they're going to say at the Pentagon. Okay, more theater, high-level theater. Listen to the sorcery too in the spell casting, the words, spells, spelling. It's pretty incredible. Baruk Yahuah. Let's see how far down this coffee is. Do a little halal that it's not too far at all. And then I'm able to get back up on that interstate without any trouble. See it yet. Oh, may it not be too far down. Here's some construction, but they're not closing down any of the lanes. Hallelujah. Shell station on the right. That's not what I was looking for. Grab any of the fuel yet. I'm going to press on so that I can get the more like a large size purchase. It's worth more points and whatnot that way. Big old Abby taking up space in the front here. She long and she tall. I miss having a front camera. Alright, be right back, family. Alright, family, I'm back. That was a really clean pilot. I already grabbed my shower this dawning, or else I would have been like trying to get one there, because they had no wait and it was really clean. They had more food options than any other place I'd ever seen, although I don't really eat what I can't trust. But it was one of the better pilots as far as all that goes. And I'm not positive, but I think it could have been the one that was the cheapest on my entire route back, because it was literally the closest one, like 58 miles from the hotel. But I have too much fuel to just, you know what I mean? I don't want to just go buy like 20 gallons. I want to get a great price, but I also want to buy like over 50 gallons. If I can buy 100 gallons, it's even better. All this stuff goes towards the showers. In fact, I wonder, I'll double check it when I get fuel here in about 3.5 hours, because I think I'm like so close to unlocking a free shower every single day for the month of July. And if that's the case, then this kind of plan is working to like get all of my fuel from Pilot Flying J because of their rewards program, and we get great prices there. I'm saving already hundreds of dollars with the Com Data card. Now, it is not to say that the fuel prices are great by any means. I'm just saying every bit counts a lot when you're talking fuel savings with the cost of diesel and everything else that's going on. And you know, the writing is on the wall already for it to go through the roof with the cost. Not just what's happening on the world stage here, but also some information that I received from a brother who's in the know. And I'm just trying to remain an Amunah-filled servant and steward. Continue to do my role, protection and provision, all the way up until we can figure out when this thing's gonna go off, because it's the imminence of it, like any minute now has been for years. And it's great to be in the know ahead of time that things are coming, but you don't want to be so far ahead that you're not obedient to what you are commanded and called to do. As an elder, as a husband, as a father, as a brother, to be a light in the world, you can't go to a cave and be a light in the world. You see what I'm saying? We can't be like a monk in a monastery and think that we're doing the will of Yahuah. He wants to use us out here. He's going to barak those that barak Yashar'Al, and he's going to curse those that curse Yashar'Al. Oh, look, it says, welcome to Virginia. Did I pass through Virginia the first time? I must have. I don't know. I'm not sure. I do halal that I don't encounter any tolls, because I had asked the thing to avoid tolls. But who knows if it still has or not. And my rear view camera is not working. I don't understand why it does that from time to time. We might get some cool tunnels. No backup camera at all. Really? Hang on. What's up with this? I think this happened one other time and it actually made me turn the truck off and start it again for it to work. This is like an essential piece of equipment here, and I just don't have the utmost confidence in the installation job that was done. Let me see. Weird, bro. It's weird. Is that the wires, the way they ran them, or is it just this camera, which is supposed to be so great? Wolfbox G850, but now, of course, they have G900, so whatever. You know? I don't like it because it pops up and tells me a Wi-Fi code to connect to my phone all the time. I have it turned off for a reason. I have the voice thing turned off for a reason. Yet if I say picture, take some picture. All right, this is a mountainous area that we're getting into. I think it would be obviously we can enjoy the view because it is amazing, absolutely amazing. What is up with that cloud right there? It's my roof is blocking my view, but when I look over there, I see that you guys are able to see the clouds that are above. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh wow, look at that valley down there. Look at this massive log truck. Whoo-wee! A couple of the ones that were laying down in there were really thick around. Big old honky mamas. It's not telling me the speed limit, which is shocking and not well. I go, why would it not do that? It could be 70, but I don't really think that it is. And I gotta watch out for these big boys are starting. Some of them are going kind of slow. Some of them are still keeping their speeds up though, amazingly. Alright guys, let's listen to what they're putting out. Maybe they're doing their whole damage assessment so they can validate and verify how effective the obliteration was. Even though the whatever supreme leader of Iran was like that you're overplaying your hand, you're over exaggerating, it wasn't that effective, we're still going to have our program, our nuclear program, and something about how they slapped the US in the face. I don't know. We'll hear more about that in a moment too. All the rhetoric is going to continue and everything's going to escalate. This is scripture being basically completed, and they do say that the narcissist elitists, whatever, are that they're trying to make themselves complete prophecy. That's just more comms and more rhetoric. Okay, it's kind of like this. Like, if it says that something like the sun is going to become so hot and it's going to scorch people upon the earth and all that, that doesn't mean that the Most High doesn't use a person like Bill Gates who wants to do stuff to play with the sun to cause it, right? He's sovereign over the ways and the means, and every word that he has given will come to pass. Period. Right? It's really just a question of like, when. And if you really have respect for him and his sovereignty, you're not going to be so concerned about the means. Whatever means he chooses, that's what means. You know what I mean? Again, like at the end of the prophet Daniel, he's telling him basically, go live your life, do what you're commanded to do the will of your Father in heaven, right? Don't worry. How much is the scripture telling you not to worry or not be anxious or things like that? Okay, we still have a responsibility to try to reach out to the lost, to try to speak truth into every situation, and to destroy every falsehood, every idol, every wicked way, expose the works of darkness, all that. I don't see how we can just lay down our arms and go remove ourselves from the battlefield when the battle is not over. The battle is not over. All right. Hallelujah. Let's see what they on about, fam.
In the U.S., where the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs are holding a news conference about the recent operations in Iran. Let's listen in.
The Defense Secretary. And Trump said, oh, this office used to be called the Secretary of War. I don't know. Maybe that's what we need to call it again. Maybe we need to bring that back. They changed it to the Secretary of Defense because we became politically correct, but it was called the Secretary of War. And he's like, and that's how we feel. There's always these subtle little things that he says. A lot of people miss, right? I've missed a lot of the things that he said before, too. And I know there's probably even more now that I don't realize. Like, he's not some buffoon. They want to portray him as just being this egotistical narcissist, whatever. But he told you he was a stable genius. And if you check the etymologies of those words, it literally would be mighty demon. You don't just get to those positions without paying the piper. Right? All right, here we go.
2 days apart from my battle buddy, so it's good to see him this morning. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Where there was a historic outcome. I want to start with that real quick. I think there's so much news, so many things happening that oftentimes big, momentous moments get missed. What President Trump accomplished in NATO yesterday was game-changing and historic. A shift in burden sharing to European responsibility in NATO that most would have said was impossible at the beginning of his term. But he said NATO needs to pay up. They started in the first term, and here in his second term, we've accelerated that. 32 NATO countries committed to spending 5% of their GDP on defense, on actually investing in the NATO alliance. So I hope with all...
And I think that that's an important thing for everybody to stand up and take notice about too, is that they have Trump in these roles of like being this massive peacemaker between different warring nations, unifying all of Europe to commit themselves to this increased spending on defense. Just realize that you have a character and you have a script, and you see how they're building the character up. And they have his whole life. Everything about him, his whole life has been built up for this role that he is cast in. The Golden Dawn poops on a golden toilet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I do have a playlist on Trump. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out if you're so inclined.
all the ink spilled, all of your outlets find the time to properly recognize this historic change in continental security that other presidents tried to do, other presidents talked about. President Trump accomplished it. It's a huge deal. You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. You miss historic moments like 5% at NATO, which when you hear, I was in the closed door briefing, I wish there could have been cameras in there. When you heard the prime ministers and presidents of other countries, to a man and to a woman, looking at President Trump and saying, this never could have happened, never would have happened. It seemed impossible 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 8 years ago. But here we are because of your leadership. If you ask them the question, I bet they'd say the same thing. But searching for scandals, you miss historic moments, like recruiting at the Pentagon. Historic levels in the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Yeah, maybe there'll be a little mention here or there, but because it was under President Trump's leadership, because Americans are responding to him as commander-in-chief, the press corps doesn't want to write about it. Or bring us to the topic of the moment, the highly successful strikes in Iran. Let me read the bottom line here. President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary. It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in the particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumption.
Just note that he said that they said that it takes weeks. Now he's said that that's his battle partner and it's 2 days only. Is he going to give us the comprehensive analysis that takes weeks on after 2 days? Now, I mean, let's see. I think it's very possible that that's what this is going to be. Wrap it all up, put a bow on it. Yup, done deal, obliteration.
Are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is preliminary, but leaked because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful. I'm going to get to the chairman in a moment because he's going to lay out the particulars for you based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available. How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post? MSNBC? CNN? Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one from the UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word.
How is it that the UN is not a friend to the U.S. and Israel, but NATO is calling Trump daddy? And all going like, yeah, we're going to kick in our 5%. I say, I know there's a couple that are holding back and they're getting like globally shamed on the world stage, right? Like Spain. And Trump is like, well, I'm just going to increase tariffs on them, and they're going to pay one way or the other, right? Like they're going to pay him like a shakedown, like he's the mafia boss, right? Everybody needs to pay their dues to the king, right? King of the world. And even when the reporters asked the dude about calling him daddy, he just is like, they just justify it. And they asked Trump about it. He's like, well, he likes me. You know, it's like, it's pretty weird for some world leader of some country to call another, I don't know, peer daddy. It's bizarre. But, whatever. How is he saying that the UN is not a friend to the US and Israel, but then he's like NATO, UN? I'm sorry, are these different kingdoms? I mean, I guess there are differences, but the core group at the top is, right, whatever.
Or how about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. The Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman. Our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement. John Ratcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night.
Sorry, advertisements. A little bit of traffic here, but it's not like out of control. We got a lot of bright sun filling up the screen. No, that's okay. I can say that. Okay, sorry. Here we go back.
Would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, new intel.
So she's going to be changing her tune, right? Because he first said that there was no threat, and now he's saying that there is, or whatever. Right? Drama, intrigue, suspense, ooh, right? Keep everyone plugged in. All right, we got a decline going on, but I don't know how long. Plus, I'm not hauling nothing, so.
Intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed. Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright, overall Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic.
What evidence do they
and
have
again,
anyway?
before I pass it to the chairman.
You know what I mean?
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? or what it's like to man a Patriot battery, or how hard it is to refuel midair, giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that, because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined because your people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that?
So the constant attacking of Trump and then the public shaming by all this new cabinet and everything, I think serves a purpose of propping him up over and over, right? You see him as making war against this. It looks like he's making war against the beast system, right? To a lot of people. Oh, they keep trying to lock him up and they're failing. Oh, they keep trying to expose him for being wrong about things, but he keeps on being right. He keeps on winning. Are you tired of winning yet? You know, that kind of thing. And it's effective, especially to large masses of people who don't have the spiritual discernment to see that this is all scripted show, who still believe in the whole GOOD guys, white hats, and BAD guys, black hats, right? Because so far he's just on here scolding them, right? He hasn't actually they haven't given any actual meat physical evidence of the results. Right? And all the people who he's been quoting their opinion pieces of what happened are preliminary information reports as well. But he's exposing how one-sided it is, which is also by design. Nuevo River, New River. Ain't that pretty down there? Look at that. Whoo! See how stable, horses stable. Baruk Atah.
How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities?
Oh, I
think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the
They talked about that a lot because when they made their first announcement, they couldn't have been more braggadocious. They couldn't been more rub it in your face as any other, so-called world power, military, whatever, China, Russia, yeah. This is our time to shine. We're the only ones we are the only ones capable of any of these things. We're the only ones with this ordinance. We're the only ones with this B-2 stealth bomber technology to deliver such a thing. And all of it. Very, very in your face boast.
News. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is, you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack. We should celebrate it as Americans, and it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do. So with that, I want to hand it over to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They've done technical analysis on this, not just on the strike, but also on our Patriot defenders and all you did. And Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today I'm going to brief you on a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday, as the president has stated, on Monday morning we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the president, at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base. Roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more information about an impending attack. And the sun starts to set in the west. You get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle, and you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot...
Is it just me? Or is it interesting how story time is like a book, like that you're reading, and the constant reference to the sun down, the sun SET in the west. Wild. Wild.
Missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walk through the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon and share a little bit about the planners who did this and their work on the weapon. Set the stage for you. There's an organization in the U.S. called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a Defense Threat Reduction Agency officer was brought into a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordo, a critical element of Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose. They weren't able to discuss this with their family, their wives, their kids, their friends, but they just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported to go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these two Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this." To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons.
So he might have missed the calling to be like, you know, a novelist or a, I don't know, a descriptive writer. They always have such command of the language. I'm really blown away by the high-level military spokespeople. Yeah, and you're probably going to end up seeing a lot more from this particular guy. I could be wrong, or I could be right. Yahuah knows. But I think he's getting his opportunity, so to say, on the world stage, and his performance as an actor, he's nailing it. That's what I would say. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know what you think. I have this little Audi in front of me that's tripping me out right now. We're allowed to go 60 because it's construction, and they're going 50. But I need to be here because I got to get off in less than a mile.
Crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack. Weaponeering is the science of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these two DTRA officers had thought about. Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon and fuse combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU-57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these three holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with two additional ventilation shafts on either side.
Now, keep in mind that my little pop-up window is teensy. So I could be wrong. I'm actually trying to make this. I'm gonna try to make this larger because I think. Oh my gosh! I literally think that they're showing us a trident, right? They're saying that it's 3 shafts. You might have heard him just say that. But when you look at a trident, which is held in lots of type of mythology characters, like Poseidon, like a devil's pitchfork, like you see in Arizona State University Sun Devils trident. It's on a type of sports car. Is it a Maserati? I think it's a Maserati. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an occult symbol. And let me just see if I can. Oh yeah. You got the center one is taller than the two side ones. The angle, everything, it's symmetrical, it's perfect. It's not a diagram of caves or something. It's literally like, wow. That's incredible, bro. These guys are involved in high-level magic, man. This is like sorcery. We can't even really completely decode a lot of the words that are in the English language. It's an amalgamation of all sorts of names of foreign mighty ones and curses and all the rest. Okay. Wow. That's... Let me let that play for a second.
The United States decided to strike these two ventilation shafts, as seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordow, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons.
So 2 outside shafts each received 6 and 6. Let's just see if there were 6 down the center shaft. Let's just see.
Did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said,
sorry, we're getting ready to go into the tunnel. Woohoo! I'm not, you said 55, you guys, not 45. What's going on? What's going on? Sorry. Sometimes that programming, it runs so deep, it's like it comes out of nowhere. You hear one little expression in a song right in your remember, or a movie, or some such thing. Well, if Mr. Ford here would go, I'd get around this Jeep, but now the Jeep's speeding up more and the Ford's going slow. Ooh, you can hear his engine. I don't know if you're able to hear it, but he kind of just got on it a little bit. I was like, whoa. Let Abby open it up though. All right. Back out into the light. Like I said, it's very sunny. Say 82 degrees now. You see a lot of blue skies, but there's still that haze all over the place. And the spraying ain't stopped. He ain't stopped that spraying. Alright, let's go.
hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom.
dude. I can't wait to see the analyzers get a hold of this stuff. This is that movie magic type stuff right here.
Keep it going for a minute. You'll see inside
Oh my gosh.
inside the mission space.
Oh, so they had a camera in the mission space, and they're showing it penetrate down into this cave, and then...
Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of the damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock. Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the Joint Force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordo. First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. We know this through other means, intelligence means that we have, that were visibly, we were visibly able to see them. And we know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves, give you a few details about them.
So I don't know if I can confirm or verify this, but he showed in the illustration that there were like 3 shafts that came up out of the ground, and he said 6 per ventilation shaft, which would be 6, 6, 6. That's what I believe he's saying, and a lot of people probably won't pick up on that. I mean, think about that, dude. You're just gonna go ahead and put that out in front of the whole world without a blink or a hesitation or any such thing? What do you think the chances are that his little diagram of their nuclear underground facility is the shape of a trident, and that they needed to drop 6 ordnances on each shaft? Is that a coincidence? I think not.
The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. There were male and female aviators on this mission, and a crew member told me when I talked to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists, airmen, and maintainers all coming together. One last story about people. When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a formation of 4 airplanes followed by a formation of 3 and came up overhead Whiteman, proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our Joint Force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the questions will maybe be interesting, but from the beginning, when there's this young career soldier given the opportunity of a lifetime to call the shot, to be the big guy, you know, the going down of the sun scenario is all painted. Then at the end, there's a big coming home, coming back to the base with all the cheers and the families and the like. He just summarized the next Top Gun movie. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's like he just gave you, like, you know, the beginning, the rising action, the climax, the resolution, the whole thing of a movie. Anyway, I don't know why he was talking about beach volleyball. Was he trying to make us remember Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer playing volleyball with their shirts off? Like, what does that have to do? What? I can guarantee you they didn't have beach volleyball at the Air Force Academy of Weapons Training and blah, blah, blah. It's weird. Did it make you remember that when you heard it? Let me know. Because I do believe that they do things like that. Yep. Very interesting.
I would just thank you, by the way, for that extensive work, the lay down. I mean, even, do you have that laser pointer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, squaring me away as always. I mean, even in just public reporting, if you see the post-strike shaft of the 3 holes, the vast majority, and fairly so, the vast majority of speculation has been those are the 3 strike points. When in actuality, what you realize is these are the vents, these are the caps. The first munition took the cap off, and the other 5 went down the center hole, which, if you're planning the target, you would want it to be the direct one going to the bottom. These are the types of things that go into the planning for a strike that the Pentagon would not expect the press corps, the American people, to initially understand. So laying this information out is helpful, but it's also why we ask for a beat, for a moment, for a day or 2, the opportunity to tell that story, because as the chairman said, these men and women that did
over 60% of long haul.
I mean, there really wasn't anything that the military guy said today that he couldn't have said 2 days ago. He gave the backstory. He gave the details about, you know, what their game plan, their strategy, all their plays, laid it all out. It's not a real, like, on-scene damage assessment thing. You know, it's that this was our plan, we executed it perfectly, and we know that it was effective. You could have said that in the very beginning, right? And if it's information that you shouldn't share because it's classified or what, then you shouldn't be sharing it today either. You know what I mean? But it fits with the storyline that the media had to, like, try to, you know, degrade the professionalism and the execution and the skill sets of our military in order to just get a little jab on Trump. And so then we have to expose them and shame them and, you know, let you know what really went down, that kind of thing. It serves a purpose to elevate him more, and he's being elevated more and more all over. just step back and look at it, you know, as like a character development. I'm pretty sure that the next thing in the story is that Trump's going to have to come back and take some of the credit, take some of the esteem for what he has done, because they got Netanyahu's character out there kind of stealing a lot of the spotlight in all of that. We'll see. We'll see. But Trump did say make Israel great again, right? Questions. Even the people asking the questions are in the script and go to the training, right? I'm trying to find another 3 words for CIA that has to do with actor at the end. Central.
Can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroy, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of, which anyone with, 2 eyes, ears, and a brain can recognize. That kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect. So we all recognize there will be days and weeks ahead. That's why yesterday I said, if you want to know what's going on at Fordo, you better go there and get a big shovel. Because no one's under there right now. No one's under there able to assess, and everyone's using reflections of what they see. And that's why the Israelis, the Iranians, the IAEA, the UN, to a man and to a woman who recognize the capability of this weapon system, are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
And just 3 or 4 days later, what
see, this is a point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage. You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. That's where we find our confidence, is in the skilled men and women and the capability of the systems they employed, and the recognition so far in the reflections that it was a highly successful mission.
Sure, I think you could, I'd say go out, the IC should be able to help you answer that question. They look at a variety, as the Secretary has alluded to, we look at a variety of things. I don't do that, they do. All different sources of intel, which I'd refer you to them to get clarity on the instance.
So again, I go back to the IC, whether it's Director Radcliffe or ODNI Gabbard. I read the statements at the beginning. They're the ones aggregating the intelligence, and they're saying nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over a number of years. Facilities were destroyed. What do we got right here?
So you cited a body of credible intelligence to suggest that the damage at Fordo and other places. What is that referring to, and when can we see it?
I was reading from the CIA director's statement, which came out last night. CIA, again, they do the BDA, they do the assessment. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates, it also goes on to say, new intelligence from historically reliable and accurate sources and methods. Now, you can imagine the CIA director is going to be very careful about
Look at that view. Oh, we got another tunnel coming up, family. Baruk Yahuah. Let me get over before this Mazda closes the door on me. It's a big truck. Approaching tunnel very slow. And there is a reduction in the speed limit when you come into these. Now this one's 55. So I'm just going to go ahead and get there. Here we go. I didn't realize that the Central Intelligence Agency, who I think deals with, like, I don't know, espionage and spies and all, I didn't realize that they're the ones who are in charge of assessing the effectiveness of military operations. But hey, probably could be true. Probably is true. You know what I mean? I would think that they would have their own assessment equipment they would need to quickly discern if they needed to send another wave or not. if they've succeeded or not. But you heard the guy say we don't grade our own homework, so I guess you wait for the grade to come back and it tells you that you didn't pass and you go back and try again or something. That seems like it could cause delays. But it's theater, so whatever, you know?
How he articulates things of that sensitivity. Classified, secret, top secret, compartmentalized. He's going to know things that you're not going to know, that the press isn't going to know. And he's reflecting that the sources he's seeing are highly credible. They've given credible intelligence. They or those processes have given credible intelligence in the past. And that's what he's basing it on.
You think we need to see that?
Do you have a top secret clearance, sir?
Eventually,
Okay.
the American public
Yes,
wants
sir.
it.
That was fun.
Yes. Yeah,
I
you.
wanted to ask briefly just
No, not you. Checkered shirt.
Oh, so Mike Glenn with the Washington Times.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody who's ever read a battalion S2 report after a fight knows that it's usually, the initial report is usually wrong, sometimes grossly so. Has what happened in this incident caused y'all to sort of rethink the intelligence process or the dissemination, or do you think it's just a matter, I mean, if the process itself doesn't require any more adjustment?
Well, I can tell you what the chairman told me in the Situation Room and reminded us all, which is alongside what you just said, sir, is that the first reports are almost always wrong. They're almost always incomplete, right? Anything, whether it's a squad level operation or a strategic level operation, the initial reflections you get are coming at you at a high rate of speed from a lot of different sources. So your job is to step back and assess them. And that's why we're urging caution about premising entire stories on biased leaks to biased publications trying to make something look bad. How about we take a beat, recognize first the success of our warriors, hold them up, tell their stories, celebrate that, wave an American flag, be proud of what we accomplished. And in the meantime, I can assure you, the chairman and his staff, the intelligence community, our staff and others are doing all the assessments necessary to make sure that mission was indeed successful. Yes, right there.
So, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Iran has recognized that their nuclear program was indeed severely damaged, but they also said that the U.S. strikes only strengthened their ability and their determination to complete their nuclear program. How do you respond to that, sir? Is that a provocation from Iran?
Well, I would say Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, especially internally. You know, in the media, there's a lot of things they'll say for domestic consumption. But we're watching very closely what they do. Again, that's the intel community. Our job as the chairman, the chairman laid it up so beautifully. Our job is to be prepared. And how proud are you? How proud am I? I didn't know the full story of those men and women 15 years ago who've been pointing at that target. That makes me proud to be an American. That's an awesome story. I hope we can tell more aspects of that in an unclassified way in the future. That's a great thing to know. Our job is to be prepared when the commander-in-chief calls based on those assessments. So of course our IC, the Intelligence Committee, will keep watching what Iran does and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity for a deal, for peace, in something that the world said was intractable, that wasn't possible. And we got that peace, that ceasefire, that option, because of strength, because of his willingness to use American military might that no one else on the planet can do, with the kind of planners and operators that the chairman just laid out. Yes, sir. Right there. Yep.
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that? And Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Have you been pressured to change your assessment or give a more rosy intelligence assessment to us by any political factors, whether it's a...
Oh boy, I think they're going to clobber the crud out of that guy. So he's questioning the integrity now. Were you pressured to come up here and give us a big story? Have you been coaxed to be, dishonest or inflammatory with your language in order to serve some political agenda? Like maybe Trump asked you to come out here and exaggerate? It's hilarious, bro. It is. It's funny. See that momentum? Is this an electronic vehicle over here? I don't know. Venza Limited. All right, let's see what they do with this guy, huh?
President or the secretary, and if you were, would you do that?
Yeah, well, that one's easy. No, no, I have not, and no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them. I've never been pressured by the president or the secretary to do anything other than tell them exactly what I'm thinking, and that's exactly what I've done.
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who misrepresents the most intentionally what the president says. I'm familiar.
I heard about the ventilation shafts on Saturday night, and in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the
issues.
first the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that. Whether they're men or women, I'm very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities, and we don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes, right there.
For certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, I want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the Defense Intelligence Agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually, the report that was discussed, this preliminary report, was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, so much.
See, there you go. That's what I said now. So if they would have struck the target 2 days ago or 2.5 days ago and were unsuccessful, wouldn't that mean that the risk of a retaliatory strike could fit into that window while they're waiting to get the results? Right? If they were able to immediately assess the damage and discern if it was success or not, then they would know if they need to restrike. You got to wait over 2 days to restrike? That seems like a weakness. Just saying. Yeah. Seriously doubt it, bro. Seriously doubt that the president, right, would have to wait 2 days to find out if the strike he just ordered was success or not. Seriously doubt that.
advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive.
Sir, can I jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess time's up. So there's a balance in there, right?
Also, not just
we do need to preserve options.
Also, that's not just a little oopsie. That's in the script. I'm just like, I wish that little dong 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 dong. Oh, I guess time's up. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. By design, you guys.
Should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again? So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I want to not release related to.
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic, setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, we've been watching there a news conference of the U.S. Defense Secretary along with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I feel like that was actually pretty fruit-filled little thing that we just were able to do. Baruk Yahuah. I mean, that's just live, raw, unfiltered, whatever. But I mean, come on, bro. Wait till the people get their hands on analyzing the video that they just showed. That's supposed to be some camera underground that you could see it penetrating in and then blowing up at the perfect moment, you know, right in the center of the room. Bro, how did that camera survive? How did you get that video? Did you have somebody go down in there and install hidden cameras, secret cameras that could just, you know, transmit via Bluetooth the strike? Give me a freaking break, bro. Give me a break. Yeah. Well, Yahuah be praised. You know, Yahuah be praised.
A lot of details. A lot of criticism of the media. We'll leave that aside. But from your military perspective, did you hear or see anything that convinced you that this operation, the strikes on the Iranian facilities, were a complete success, as the Trump administration claims, that they obliterated the Iranian nuclear program?
Yeah, the biggest question since 2 days, whether they are obliterated or not, to be or not to be. That is the question, as Shakespeare said, because this is internal politics of United States, but we let alone. Such kind of bombardments should be assessed immediately. But if the place that you have bombed on the hands of Iran, in the deep Iran, you need some intel reports. So the intelligence guys, which cooperate but mostly with Mossad, probably will evaluate the situation there. So we cannot decide by looking at two satellite images.
Which they showed.
And underground video.
A simulation video.
It's a simulation video.
Oh, it's a simulation video.
The Minister of Defense of the United States, Secretary of Defense, let's say, says that he is telling what the intel guys reported to him. Because that is normal, that is the nature. Because the place which was bombarded by the B-2 bombers are in the deep Iran, so it requires human intelligence and signal intelligence. What Iranians are talking about, this is the signal intelligence, and probably United States and Israel is trying to catch some information.
Okay. Now the initial intelligence reports that were leaked through U.S. media suggested that
it's obliterated.
The initial ones. The initial ones said that they had maybe succeeded in pushing back Iran's nuclear program by a few months, not the success they claimed. From a military perspective, what might account for the discrepancy between what we heard early on in that initial assessment and what we're hearing now, or what we'll hear in a few days? Is it a case of poor intelligence, you think, or political posturing, or is it operational concerns?
That is mostly about the United States internal politics. Everyone is trying that Trump couldn't succeed it. For that reason, just after the bombardment, they start to say it is ineffective. For that reason, they have no credible words in the very first hand, in the very first hours that the Fordo nuclear facility has not been damaged, because no one can know what has happened there in just a couple of hours. Even Mr. Trump will not be able to say something about in the first minutes if it is damaged or not. But in the military perspective, we have 3 Ds. The first one is destroying, the second one is defeating, the third one is delaying.
Okay.
Those all have different meanings. Destroying means you destroyed it and mission completed. Probably United States didn't destroy, and you cannot destroy all of them because that's a mountain. How you can destroy a mountain? But you can defeat the threat, which means that Iran can again enrich uranium in a couple of years, maybe 5, maybe 10. No one knows also about that issue, which the officials also saying that reality. United States attacks defeated Iran's nuclear program for at least 5 years, they say so. Delaying is, hey, I hit it, but I was unsuccessful, I will come back. This is not true. This is the claims of some media outlets inside the United States.
Now, leaving aside those claims, the video, the simulation video that they showed quite a powerful explosion of those B-2 bombers going into Fordo. From your experience, is that something that could realistically happen?
Yes.
If it indeed happens?
Yes, because the B-2 bombers, I mean the strategical planes that United States have, is unique in the world. And those bombs are called MOAB, mother of all bombs. So it is also on the hands of United States only, because only B-2
So just, I recall when I was following all the Q stuff every day, that there was reference to Moab, mother of all bombs. And people would try to understand, what does that mean? Oh, does that mean like, you know, Tom Hanks is a pedophile? Is that the mother of all bombs? Like, and whatever. Okay, now this is the first time that I've heard them call bunker buster bombs a lot. BBB, right? And put this strange emphasis on B-2 bombers. Again, BBB, right? B-2 bombers. Anyway, it's weird. I don't know what it is. It's some kind of calm or something. Most likely. But this is the first time that I've heard somebody come on and refer to the also called MOP, multiple ordnance, forgot what they said the P was for. But they've also, they started going from calling them bunker buster bombs to calling them MOPs, and now he's saying MOAB, mother of all bombs. Just throwing that out there. I mean, and I'm not saying that Q is true or what it claimed to be or anything like that. I think it was also a very, very high level sorcery. It was to convince a lot of people who are already aware of a lot of different types of evils in the world and in governments that they could trust Trump. And that's really what I think the purpose of that ultimately was, right? And to get all the little breadcrumbs, okay, this is coming out, and this is happening, and this is coming out, and this is happening, right? Anyway, he just referred to it as the mother of all bombs.
Bombers can carry those bombs to this area. When they thrown from the B-2 bomber planes, they plow through the ground. They are not detonating immediately. They are plowing through the ground. After they detonate, and the detonation comes phase by phase. For that reason, they can go deep inside to 60 meters. What happens if the facility is under the ground of, for example, 80 meters or 90 meters. That is the reason maybe you are required to release new bombs in different times. We don't know, but they are creating a channel, and from that channel they are giving seismic energy to inside, which shakes everything. For that reason, the centrifuges inside the Fordo could be damaged probably with this seismic vibration.
Okay. Now, a few of the reporters in that news conference, Mr. Al-Balda, asked some very important questions regarding the enriched uranium and whether or not it had been moved outside of Fordo prior to the American bombing of the site. And there have been reports and images that suggest there were truckloads that moved the uranium out of Fordo, and the Defense Secretary actually dodged that question. He didn't respond to it directly. What do you think happened to Iran's enriched uranium? Were they able to move it on time?
Yes, they are able to move it, but if a country wants to destroy the nuclear facility of a country, probably they are watching it not only the day they attack, weeks before they attack. For that reason, I do not think that Iran was able to carry the enriched uranium to another part, because strategically, if you are planning to bomb the nuclear facility, you are watching it for years, not only for the day that you are bombing.
Gorgeous over there.
I don't think so.
So you don't think they were able to move it, or you think they were able to move it?
I think they have a capacity to move them, but if they had moved them to another places, the intelligence agents probably would immediately give some reports to those countries where they have been located, or so.
The Iranians have been pretty ambiguous about the extent of the damage. We did hear the foreign ministry spokesman on our channel say, yes, the nuclear sites have been damaged, but we don't know the extent of the damage, right? And we heard from the Supreme Leader today saying that Iran wouldn't give up its nuclear program. Where do you see the future of this program heading? They insist on uranium enrichment for peaceful purposes, they say. But that's a red line until now for the Americans and as part of those negotiations. Will they still be able to carry on this nuclear program?
Yeah,
regardless of the extent of the damage?
The know-how is very important. Yes, you can damage, you can destroy everything, but if you do not destroy the know-how, it is impossible to stop a country for doing something, not only the enrichment of the uranium. So Iran, if wants, again may enrich the uranium, but no one believes that Iran is trying to purchase enriched uranium for peaceful purposes, because for the peaceful purposes the amount of the enrichment is 5%, to some degree 6%. Iran himself declared in 2021 that they have enriched it to 60%. So for that reason, Iran should pursue it. If that is for peaceful purposes, why you do not open it?
Right. Mr. Al-Balda, stay with us. I'm going to bring in our correspondent, Patty Cohen, who was at that news conference at the Pentagon in the U.S. Patty, remind us of what we heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the U.S. Defense Secretary about the U.S. operations in Iran.
Well, I think that it was a very carefully orchestrated narrative that they wanted to put out there, very much focused on the storytelling, talking about the actual...
Carefully scripted, or did she just say? Yeah, it was scripted and rehearsed, and right, yes.
Troops that were involved, the run up to it, the year spent researching this. As far as actual evidence, I don't think they actually provided really that. They showed video of what the bomb can do, the massive ordnance penetrator. They showed slides of what they say is the damage. They were somewhat vague when describing exactly what was targeted. I think it's also very important to point out that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs came out right after and said this is going to take weeks to really get an assessment, and so they're saying in essence you can't trust the assessment that came out immediately, but now 4 days later you can trust that assessment. I think it was very
well, I gotta give her some props right there. That's what I was saying. They could have given this same information 2 days ago, but now apparently it's whatever, some reliable evidence or what have you. All right, so we're jumping off here. this is says we're going to 19. I don't know if it's state road or what. I'm not even sure exactly why we're going to go this way, but I'm just following the navigator. So we have this app called Fuel Book, and you can put in where you're going, and then you can ask it to search for all the fuel stops that accept our card, and then you can like list them out from like the top 10 cheapest ones or the top 10 closest ones, or you can just see the whole list, what have you. So I tried to look up the ones that have the best price, and also are within the range that I think the truck can go, because with the 95 gallon tank plus the 125 gallons, I usually have the ability to go far enough to hit those, and then that helps save money, plus the discount off of what the pump price is like substantially more savings. And I think that in order to be profitable doing this, you have to maximize your fuel savings, and you have to have a high enough frequency of load deliveries, because I'm gonna have to spend 4 days just to get to the yards in Indy from where I'm at. I'm far away. I'm in Washington State. So that means that when I do get the opportunity to pick up loads, I can't just do like 1 or 2 and then go back home, because all my miles back home cost me money, and all my miles to the yard cost me money. So what it looks like I might have to do is consolidate into like 3 or 4 loads that are, you know, paying over $1,000 or $1,500 or even up to $3,000 or $3,800 to go back to Washington. And then maybe take a little bit more time at home. We do have a feast coming up, which is a new moon day for the 4th month, which will be the beginning of summer. And you know, it doesn't just go by what month on the pagan calendar. It doesn't go by the temperatures. It goes by the moon. It's the only thing on his calendar that actually moves around from year to year. The spring may start a little earlier or a little later, as well as winter or autumn or summer. Everything else, the Shabbats, they never move. The fixed feast days, which they're called fixed feast days, they don't move. Why do you think there's a distinction between the new moons and the fixed feast days and the Shabbats? Those are the 3 different types of Moedims that you see listed out in the scripture. And if you're interested in that, go watch my playlist calendars. And also, you know, let me know your thoughts and whatever, or questions. Email me. I always put my email out there. I always try to make myself available to answer questions. Ain't that pretty? Look at that. Dang, what is that place? You got one fancy building there. So we have 9 miles. This road has got 55 mile an hour speed limit, which seems high because there's a lot of residential homes right there. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the fuel stop stop without a bathroom break. So we'll see. We're on this particular road for 9.5 miles, and maybe if there's like an interstate that we jump on, I might try to hit a restroom. Little farm there, crops growing right here. I'm not sure what this little area is. Checking right now. It's it looks like it's called Cool Ridge. That's funny because I was gonna say that it is kind of a cool looking little town. I love towns like this. To me, they're like time capsule, like throw it back. You know, I find that the folks are more down to earth. I mean, it's all fallen and it's all corrupted. So there's gonna be like wickedness basically all over. But when you go into a major city, it's like demons gone wild. This was like, but yeah, you will find a lot of evil in towns like this too. Look at those rocks. That's pretty cool. Let me see if I got an email from. I did get an email from my dispatcher. I am curious about it. That load was already dispatched when I attempted to look at it to dispatch it to you. If there's something else you want to take, let me know. If not, I'll keep an eye out for something else that could work for you. Well, Baruk Atah Yahuah, may that prove to be true. It was a load going to Texas that I had emailed my dispatcher about, and yeah, she said it was already taken by the time she got a chance to look at it. That's really why I want to be able to self-dispatch. They're making me wait till July. I think that's something that could be dealt with within the company. I don't really understand operationally why they would need it to be that way. I mean, once you've kind of met the criteria, I don't understand the waiting period. But that is the way it is, and so that's what we'll do. Excuse me. We're coming up to a place now called Shady Spring. Shady Spring. And they dropping the speed limit down on us here. We go ahead and slow down right here. It's cute. The water I'm at. I was looking over there because I saw like a well or something, and it had like the top part of the star of Remphan shape to it. That was not what I was calling cool. That's be the opposite of that. Thank you for staying there, Mr. BMW, because I don't really need to be jamming on my brakes because you're in a hurry. So this is Shady Spring. Looking a little rough compared to the last town, but that don't really mean nothing. There's lots of other, roads and residential areas in community. We can't judge every town just by first impression, but some of them are that small. So yeah, this route is causing me to slow down quite a bit. There's construction. Those things play a factor, and sometimes we can't always plan our route the way we would completely want to. But this could also be happening because I asked to avoid tolls. I don't know. There's a little fuel station called Liberty. Not every little fuel station lets you use the restroom, so I don't want to take a chance. Plus, I really have an aversion towards that name. I mean, I know there's unclean names everywhere, like in everything, but that is associated with Goddess, which is really funny because we have a statue of Liberty that, if you look closely, is modeled after Lucifer, with the chain, the light bearer, the torch bearer, and also, this is really trippy, the facial features, the resemblance to, believe it or not, Elvis and Trump, which is the real family name, Trump. I don't know, bro. You can't make it up. It's crazy. It really is crazy stuff. $5 miles. Just taking a quick look here. We got one for $1,600, but it's going to New Hampshire. Don't really want that. You got New Jersey. Not really too interested in that either. And then there's one that goes to Georgia. 37-foot travel trailer. I'm a little bit cautious about it just because what if it's one of those park units? One of those things are horrible. So I'm gonna hold off on that. But I'm sure that Abba will gift to us the load that he wants for us to have. I wonder how long this goes on for. Five minutes, it says. So I'm gonna try to wait it out.
Telling that he was, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, was asked, is there any evidence that the enriched uranium was moved from Fordo before the strikes? And he really tried to hedge that. He said, we hit what we intended to hit. Then when pressed, he did seem to indicate, he said that we have no intelligence that any of the uranium was in fact moved. This was very clearly for an audience of one. U.S. President Donald Trump.
And also that whole mystery around this, where is the enriched uranium? Where are the weapons of mass destruction? They have to leave that dangling element there. I wouldn't even say if major U.S. cities are struck. I would say when. This is definitely been part of the script for a while. Then there's going to need to be that mysterious element of, you know, how these groups could have how they possibly could have done that. A coordinated, well, just say 17 dirty bombs. Something. Well, there's different opportunities for that already. There's also, remember in this there was a lot of information that came out that Hillary and Obama had been involved in selling uranium, enriched uranium, and all this. Always have this stuff like this in script. But the long game for this land, which was built up for a purpose and planned always to be like the phoenix that rises from its ashes, which is a part of their religion, it's a part of their mythology. It's also not an eagle, like we've all been brainwashed to believe. It is Phoenix.
Very angry at the initial assessment that said that it barely affected the nuclear program, that they'd be able to rebuild it. He wanted to see them come out and really attack the press and the Secretary of Defense. And again, this is
ads. The resort at Blade Springs looks incredibly fancy. Another ad. Whoa, baby, bam-a-lam, don't bam-a-lance, going wild. Oh. Sorry. Huh. I worked on an ambulance for like 2 years before I became a dispatcher.
President. He wants the world to congratulate him on this success. But again, I don't think we know the actual facts of the matter yet. They say they detailed how many bombs were dropped, how they went through ventilation shafts, but they didn't share any actual evidence that the facility was, as in their words, obliterated.
Okay, Patty, thank you so much for that. That's Patty Cohen live for us there at the Pentagon. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a few minutes with more on all the developments on that story and the other stories that we're following here on Al Jazeera in just a few minutes. Do stay with us. Thanks for watching.
All right, so we got this traffic thing. I need to use the restroom. And I think that what I'd like to do is just pause now for a little bit, and then I'm going to pick back up with y'all shortly. We still have 2 hours until we get to the fuel, so most likely I'll be firing the camera back up to capture some more of this just gorgeous creation, talk about Yahuah and, you know, deceptions and whatever else the Ruach of Yahuah leads us to get into. All right, so be back with you soon. Shalom. Okay, as I was continuing to sit here in traffic, I'm listening to this news thing continue, and they want to play a little bit of the supreme leader of Iran and his comments. I did mention earlier that we were going to try to get to that, so I wanted to include that right now.
Let me read the bottom line here. President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
And on the attack of the U.S. base in Qatar, the head of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, said a joint collaboration between American and Qatari forces prevented Iranian strikes from causing damage to the airbase in Qatar.
Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our joint force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so.
Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Patty Culhane at the Pentagon for us. So the Defense Secretary and the Joint Chiefs there defending the operation in Iran, saying the strikes went ahead as planned. Tell us more about what was said in that briefing, Patty, and what evidence did they provide?
They didn't really provide.
Totally confused while they're bringing this person back on to rehash the same thing they just did when they said that they were going to talk about the Supreme Leader's comment. That's pretty interesting, but I guess really it's because they're saying that the media, the press corps, the White House press corps is voicing the same thing as the Supreme Leader of Iran, which I'm sure that's meant to trigger y'all. You know what I mean? When your fake news is aligned with your death to America, religious zealot, Supreme Leader, and all that, yeah, that's definitely meant to trigger MAGA. I'll let it go. They're gonna tie it.
Any evidence, and I think the point was more to attack the media. They had said previously it's going to take weeks to be able to figure out exactly the damage that was caused, but then they're responding to this initial assessment that was leaked to the media that they have confirmed, said that it was a very limited success. So they've said, well, that's just too preliminary, and now it's going to take weeks to really figure it out. Now they're coming out 4 days later. The reason why U.S. President Donald Trump is incredibly angry that the media is casting doubt, through the military is casting doubt, and the media is reporting on the effectiveness of these strikes. So you saw a very detailed, choreographed, storytelling sort of event talking about the forces were involved.
Choreographed story,
what they're trying to do is say, if you question the effectiveness of the military, you were in fact castigating and putting shame on the people who carried it out. Obviously, that's not what the media...
Right? And if you question our official narrative, then you're against us. And you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. Boom.
Has been doing. We are simply reporting the facts. I think it's really important to point out, when talking about the facts, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this is the most complex and secretive military operation in the country's history. I think military historians would possibly point to the assassination of Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, or perhaps D-Day in Europe, as being much more complex and much more secretive than this mission, especially since it was sort of telegraphed, and they sent B-2 bombers to Guam with their transponders still intel on. I think a lot of people saw this coming, so I don't know how secretive it in fact was. But as far as evidence, they showed video of what the bomb could do. They showed satellite images of the sites, and they showed basically graphics of where they say the bombs hit, at least in one of the sites.
Right. Patty, there was an important question asked during that news conference, that briefing, and that is, what happened to Iran's enriched uranium? Because of the reports that the enriched uranium may have been moved prior to the U.S. bombing.
Yeah.
What did the U.S. Defense Secretary say about that?
Well, initially he tried to avoid the question. He said we hit what we intended to hit when asked about the satellite images that show trucks waiting near the site. And then his former colleague, a Fox News reporter, pointed out that's not the question. The question is, was this moved? He proceeded to personally attack her, which was sort of the theme of this entire press conference. It was billed as providing evidence that the facilities have been completely destroyed, but really it was more of a chance for them to attack the media for asking.
All right, I see a McDonald's and I'm going to stop there and run in and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, watch better. Baruk Yahuah.
Simple questions about the effectiveness of these strikes. He then said that he hasn't seen any intelligence that the enriched uranium has in fact been moved. But again, they billed this as they were going to provide evidence of how effective these strikes were. They really didn't do that, and I think it's important to point that out. It really was to send a message, I think, to the U.S. President Donald Trump that they are defending his strike with a lot of hyperbole and grand statements, but again, when it comes to the evidence, we haven't seen it.
Okay, Patty, thank you very much for that. That's Al Jazeera's Patty Colgate live there at the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia.
Saw that coming.
Let us discuss all this further now with Yusuf Al-Barda, who's a military analyst and former NATO officer. We are very much looking forward to hearing your insights, because you have experience in all of this, of course. Did you see or hear anything during that news conference, that briefing, that convinced you that this operation on Iran's nuclear sites was as successful as the Trump administration claims it was?
Okay, for being 100% conceived, I should see what has happened inside the Fordo infrastructure. Is that possible? No. Because they are not superficial guys that they can go there and they can make a bombardment damage assessment.
They did show a simulation video of what
because they have nothing to do other than that.
Yeah.
It requires sometimes to make a bombardment damage assessment. If the lands they have bombarded under their control, like in the other wars, there can be many cases, it was easy. But it is in the deep in Iran, so it requires a little bit time for human intelligence and signal intelligence, what the Iranians are talking to each other, and human intelligence who can penetrate inside the Fordo and can see and check if the centrifuges has been damaged or not. For that reason, people should not wait in order to be persuade a real video that is showing what has happened inside Fordo. They have no capacity for that. But what they have, they know the technical capacity of their bombs, and they have previous experiences, what they have done in the other wars by using these mother of all bombs, and they know the fortified capacity of Fordo.
Okay.
So they are making a calculation.
But how do you explain, Mr. Al-Barda, the discrepancy between the initial assessment, initial U.S. intelligence assessments? It would seem the leaks reports that suggested that the damage wasn't as extensive, that it could have just damaged the nuclear sites and could have delayed Iran's nuclear program by only a few months. How do you explain that discrepancy between that and what they're saying is the assessment? Is it a case of poor intelligence or political posturing?
Probably it's a political posture for the first case, because inside the United States there are lots of internal political discussions, which we are not discussing here. The other issue is that The intel reports after such cases start flowing. From time to time, the data that they receive may be misleading, and they can rearrange their reports. That is the nature of intelligence. For that reason, in the very first hours, if the intelligence report says that the Iranian nuclear facilities has not been damaged too much, if they change that assessment later, that is also in the nature of intelligence, because the intelligence reports and the resources may differ from each other. For that reason, in the first hours, the intel reports were saying like this, but at the later they have changed.
Right.
Now they are questioning Mr. Trump because he wants to be welcomed as a victorious American president. And Trump has some kind of egos like that. No problem for this, but from military standpoint, they know the technical capacity of their bombs. They know the infrastructure which was fortified by Iran inside Fordo. So they are making a calculation.
Okay.
But we will learn in a couple of weeks.
And also important to acknowledge, I think, that even the Iranians have acknowledged here on our channel, we have the...
But it might be misleading.
Well, it might be misleading, but he did acknowledge that the nuclear sites had been damaged. Now, what we don't know, and we still didn't hear after this briefing, was what happened to the enriched uranium, the uranium that's already been enriched by Iran, because there have been satellite images.
Where are you taking me, Google? Where are we going? Bro, this area is hit hard economically. I've seen a lot of places like this in my travels. It's just going to get a lot worse. Seems weird to me right now that it's telling me to turn left on 2nd Street. Like it's not state road, highway, nothing. It's just 2nd Street. Pretty odd that I'm all up in this little town like this. But let's see what comes of it. Whoa, easy, girl. We're only supposed to be going 30 right here. Get all crazy. Definitely a lot of little S-turns back and forth, winding our way through. Okay, so it must be this light. Yeah, okay. So it's saying 2nd Street on the Googles, but it's still continuing on 3 West, which is what we were on. Just somehow just connecting us to the interstate. So it's probably going to be a ramp 2 miles or less this way. This is my guesstimate. I haven't been able to see yet. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We're gonna turn on 3rd Avenue in 0.4 mile. Dude, what's with the connect the dots? For real. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. I don't know, sometimes I think, it's like Abba wants me to see something. I'll just try to stay alert and pay attention. Yahuah knows I miss more what he's trying to show me than I actually see. So we're going through this light. Look at this. This is a little bit of the old town business district right here. So then we're turning, and this is all still 3rd, 3 West. This is what we're doing. You guys gonna wait for me? Okay, sorry. It must suck to sit there and wait like that because there's people coming. Alright. Turn left in 0.2. That looks like they're just doing a little drug deal right out there on the street. Small town USA, anywhere small town USA, right? And big town. Okay, here we go. So 77 is this way. I-77. It is still 2 miles or less away. It's just we're zigzagging our way. Okay. All right. Construction, 35 miles an hour. 0.6 miles. Turn right onto 77 North, aka 64 West. Yeah, bro, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild when you break it all down. Our highway system is neglected. But hey, we got the mother of all bombs. And they're like, yeah, some European countries don't want to commit to 5% of GDP spending on defense because they have social programs. Okay. Well, America don't understand that, okay? Because we neglect social programs for military budget spending, okay. And then they boast about how much the military recruitment is up. I found that kind of interesting too. The noise is the egg case. It's like a hard case that holds eggs. So I don't know how many it comes. I think it holds 12. But well, baby gave me some farm fresh eggs to bring since I have my little skillet, which is working great, by the way. But I need to get another bottle of propane. Okay. Let's continue to listen to this because they're going to get to the Supreme Leader here in just a momento, I believe.
That showed trucks at the plant, a photo moving perhaps that enriched uranium. And when you hear the Iranians say that they will continue on with their nuclear program, what does that suggest to you? The sites may have been damaged, right? But the know-how is still there, isn't it?
Yeah. And another issue that inside Fordo, it has been said that they have 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium.
Right.
Let's talk about that. They have 2 kilograms of enriched uranium and half of it has been damaged with these bombings.
How much do you think they could have moved before the bombing?
Even 100 kilogram is enough. 90% enriched uranium has been released to Hiroshima, was only 62 kilograms. So, in order to wipe out a big city like Hiroshima.
Okay. So they're saying 400 kilograms. Hiroshima was 62 kilograms. The Iranian uranium is supposedly at 67%, and the threshold is 90%. So they're basically saying that they're less than 30%, a lot less. Oh my gosh. Is it that they're 33%? It is 67 to 90, 33. 33% of enrichment remaining to be more than 4 times. More than 4 times. Let me see. 60 something. Well, it's almost 6 times. It's crazy, dude. It's totally crazy.
Hiroshima, only 62 kilograms of enriched 90% enriched uranium is enough. For that reason, Iran was declaring that. Also International Atomic Agency reports that Iran has enriched 60% of uranium till to 400 kilograms. So even Iran has kept 100 kilograms, still a danger from the perspective of Israel if they gonna produce it a nuclear weapon. But let me say, if Iran can gain a nuclear weapon in the next coming years, not only a threat to Israel, for all the area. Look what happened to Qatar.
Right, but Iran says, of course, that its its intentions are purely peaceful. That's what we've heard.
So
from
why no anyone can go and monitor what's going on inside? For example, peaceful purposes, Turkey is building a nuclear plantation together with Russia, and it is open to everyone.
But they did open it to the IAEA, the agency, nuclear agency.
When?
The Iranians, I mean, the nuclear side. Not recently, perhaps, but they did give access to the IAEA, didn't they?
Yeah, they gave it, but they didn't let them to check it in the depots that they are hiding it. So it should be transparent, so we can believe that, of course, Iran has a right to use the enriched uranium for peaceful purposes, no doubt about that. But it should be transparent, it should be reachable, so people can understand that Iran is trying to use it for peaceful purposes.
Thank you.
It's all so frustrating anyway. It's one of the most powerful tricks that they've played on the world. It's right up there with the moon landing. Whoa, bro, which lane you want? You can have whichever one you want, but you need to pick one, okay? Stomping on it. Really, bro? Dang it.
Of the Zionist entity, yet they did not win any victory. They attacked our nuclear facilities, and this matter cannot go unpunished within the international venues. However, they failed to undermine these nuclear facilities. The United States President amplified their military operations, yet it later proved that they have been excessively exaggerating.
Sorry, that was the supreme leader. I didn't at the beginning of it because I was jockeying around with another transporter, multi-hauler. Crazy. Okay, so they're going to talk about that now, right? So basically, the supreme leader of Iran is saying the same thing that allegedly a lot of these news agencies are saying. It's just like really funny in the sense that if you agree with what they're saying, then you're making yourself in agreement with the supreme leader of Iran, which is making you like anti-patriotic or anti-American, anti-liberty or anti-freedom, that whole thing, which is very, very power-filled thing, psychological control mechanism, because most Americans are going to freak out if you say something like, you're unpatriotic, you're anti-American, things like that. Trust and believe. Military brat, raised up as like a statist, and USA, right? So anything that threatens that becomes an enemy. Like, don't you ever say that about me, because I'm not. I am very, right? All that. very effective. It's going to be very effective. And it will cause people to overlook obvious glitches in the matrix, so to say. Right? They'll just overlook it. They're like, that's nothing. That's nothing. Because they don't want to believe that any of that could be false. That's like foundational. The indoctrination goes way back, generational, and everything, right? Think of how powerful the globe is. The little ball that spins around in the classroom that they start showing you when you're in like kindergarten.
Saying that the Americans are exaggerating the success of their operations on Iran's nuclear sites. Tell us more about what he's had to say, especially about the future of the nuclear program. Bristol.
Indeed, in his first speech after the announcement of the ceasefire, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has said that the USA's attacks have failed to undermine Iran's nuclear program. And he's saying that largely the country's nuclear program is in place and Iran is not going to give up on its nuclear activities, is going to continue enriching uranium. And also he's saying that the terms that are being used by the United States, particularly by Donald Trump himself, are exaggerated. So we have heard from the US officials saying that the data attacks dismantled, destroyed, or obliterated and shattered Iranian nuclear program, particularly in Natanz, Isfahan, and also Fordo. But repeatedly we are hearing the statements in the same line with the speech of Supreme Leader of Iran that these are not meeting the reality in the ground. So the only international body that can really confirm what has happened there, whether it was destroyed or largely damaged, is the International Atomic Energy Agency. And the Iranian parliament on Wednesday passed a bill banning the cooperation, suspending the cooperation with the world's nuclear watchdog. And just today, on Thursday, Iran's Guardian Council, which is the highest authority in the country of approving or disapproving any decision made by the parliament, has quickly approved that bill. So it means now it is a binding law. Iranian officials cannot cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Today, the parliament spokesperson, Bakr Ghalibaf, said that the cooperation with the Atomic Energy Agency is possible only after Iran securing or ensuring the security of its nuclear facilities, which is a time that Iran is going to decide about. And until that time, it means Iran is not going to share any information about its nuclear activities with the world. Of course, all of that is happening on one hand, but the important aspect or another important discussion is whether Iranians have been able to manage to move out around 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium or not. Iranians are claiming that they managed, they succeeded to do so. So far, there hasn't been any proof that it was released. But now, the Atomic Energy Agency is asking Iranians to let their inspectors to have an access to the location of that highly enriched uranium. But Iranians are categorically rejecting it. They're saying that the Atomic Energy Agency so far has shared all of their information that they have gathered with Israel, and that is the primary reason that they're saying that they're suspending the cooperation with the nuclear watchdog.
Bristol, thank you very much for that. That's Al Jazeera's Bristol Sadar in Tehran for us. Let's now get the perspective from Israel and speak to Uri Dromi, who's a retired colonel in the Israeli Air Force, who also served as a spokesman for the Rabin and Peres governments. He's joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for being with us once again on Al Jazeera, Mr. Dromi. So
this is another one of those roads where I'm like, why did you put me on this road? I mean, oh, there was a little hedgehog on the side of the road right there. He was just sitting, squatted down, just staring at me drive by. He didn't even flinch, bro. There's a creek right next to me, right there. Look at this road. This road. It even said road is not suitable for heavy trucks. So, Baruk Atah Yahuah, but there's a heavy truck for you. Baruk Atah Yahuah that I'm not hauling anything as I come through this road. And I'm on this road for 5 more miles. That's kind of wild. But it is scenic, I'd say, right? Kind of purty. So we'll try and keep it optimistic. Make the best of it. Oh, see right there's a toll booth. There's a toll booth right there. And I checked on this thing, avoid tolls. So I feel like that's why. And you know, the company won't reimburse me for tolls when I'm inbound, only when I'm outbound. I mean, that's okay. I mean, I've still got to come back to get, you know what I mean? So, and I'm still considered your leased vehicle, right? I'm still carrying commercial insurance. I still have restrictions on who's allowed to ride in my vehicle. But, you know, that's just the way it is. Unless people kind of push back on that, it's going to stay like that for sure. This right here though, this is so worth it, family. It reminds me of my childhood. My cousins and I, we would go hopping on these big kind of rocks through all these little creek beds, and you used to see all these little water skeeter bugs that would be like up on the surface, with their legs would bend kind of like maybe how like a frog's legs bend, and they would just zip along the surface of the water. I mean, this is gorgeous down in here, just absolutely gorgeous. So here we got a hill. Let's get a little zip up that hill to help. There's a sign into interstates. Very, very interesting. Kind of amazing that there were trucks on this road coming from this far back. Okay, so we have a sharp turn to the left. Man, look how private looking this is. Oh boy, sometimes, you know, the Google, sometimes it's really wild how and where it takes you. That old guy there with his Terminator glasses was getting really bold, like he wanted to hog the road with Abigail coming right at him. Wow. Bro, I'm not sure what that's all about. Maybe he's just not too aware or alert, because I don't think anybody in their right mind would do that. They would try to stay to their side. Anyway, this is a little adventure of a road, bro. This is it's in rough shape, and it's up, down, left, right, every which way. It reminds me a lot of the road that goes back to where we stay, my home. Got a road kind of like this. Well, I gotta be honest though, this road's actually a bit more squirrely than our road. And it's just all shady, like you're going back to national park or something. We got 2.3 more miles to go. Howdy, ma'am. Just cutting her grass with a riding mower. Yeah, some of these local folks, they're really bold with demanding that they get more than half of the road. It's kind of a trip. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Ain't that so pretty? Look at that. Heck yeah, bro. Whew. Oh, yeah. I'm digging this up in here. What's that thing there? Paint Creek Resort. Paint Creek Road. Yeah. Oh dang, hold up, big dump truck. Dang. Oof. Bro. Oh man. That's wild. Wild, family. Are you guys able to see them? I don't know if you're even able to see out my window. I feel like I've been asking that for a month. But, of course, more than half of the videos aren't even uploaded. Got 4 of them uploaded over this Shabbat because I was able to have a hotel and or motel and some internet connection. That's so cool. Look up underneath those rocks. Almost like a little cavern. Look at these. Yeah, look at this. Up underneath these. This is so wild. I'm actually thanks Phil that I did get to come out this way. Just so pretty over here. Yeah. Less than a mile. Then we're going to turn left. What a fun road. A couple bumps right there, that's for sure. Wow. Dang, dude. Whoa, big old hunker. Qadashayam, there was room for me to put 2 of my tires off into the dirt right there. They don't even slow down or nothing. Just imagine losing a side mirror or something. You're gonna have to stop and make a report and everything. That would suck, you know? Or worse, you know, you push somebody off the road and there's a crook right there. That's pretty cool. It looks like a horse trailer, but it's got a slide out and they got a huge deck and they're using it. Man, that's actually a great little arrangement that they got right there, just right out over the creek. So cool. Okay. out to a food truck and a gas station. Baruk Yahuah. Clear to the right after this Toyota goes by. And we're going to get up over this creek. And what am I going to do? Turn to the left. Oh, it's just wrapping around naturally on its own. That's that Paint Creek. Beckley would have been straight ahead. That's the town that we drove through that I said looked like it was pretty hard hit economically. And now we're going up onto this here interstate. Oh dang. Class A with a Jeep and a bunch of bikes, and it's just really crawling up this on-ramp. So we're going to be in somebody's way, that's for sure. Oh yeah, here comes big boys too. Come on, mister, step on that thing. 150 feet, come on. We need more information than that. 19 miles. I'm gonna roll with you guys. Hallelujah. Ruach Ha'Qadash. That was a lot. That was a lot of fun. 60. Okay. No, you're not coming over here. Dude, really? This guy here. Bro, stay over there. Hang on, man. You didn't want to speed up when you was on the on-ramp, but now you want to go 5 over. Alright, I'm sliding on over here. We got 58 minutes until we hit our fuel stop. And I would like to pump some fuel over. Hit this. Curves ahead next to it. Get that going. That going. That going. And that back going. Oops. Oh, come on. Come on, you. Yo, what are you doing, bro? That was crazy. Alright. It's gorgeous through here. Just this whole area. Wow. It's just been really like a gorgeous day, to be honest. But, yeah, look at the colors. The greens and the blues. It's just Baruk Yahuah. So this is Skitter Creek. I wonder if you're going to get a glimpse at the water or not. I don't see any from where I'm sitting.
I heard the Americans in that briefing at the Pentagon again defending the success of their operation on Iran's nuclear sites. Israel has declared that its objectives in Iran were achieved because they damaged Iran's nuclear and missile infrastructure. But again, with little independently verified detail, how can we assess the credibility and the strategic messaging behind such claims?
Well, first of all, I think the declaration of Ayatollah Khamenei was really out of touch with reality. But again, this doesn't matter so much. What really matters is, first of all, we need some weeks to really come up with the a serious assessment, and all the chattering about it right now is worthless. But anyway, one thing comes out, and it is very alarming, I think, because President Trump says the Iranian nuclear program is over, is destroyed, and he even dismissed the idea of needing to come up with a new agreement with Iran because he said they don't have a program. The Iranians say, and by the law they passed today, they're not going to come. First of all, they survived, or they rescued the uranium, the enriched uranium, and the damage is not so great. And on top of that, they're not going to cooperate. So there's a gap here, a huge gap between what they're saying and what President Trump is saying. And this, I'm anxious to see what comes up next from President Trump.
Right, but from the Israeli perspective, Colonel, do you believe that the Israeli strikes and the American operations have fundamentally changed Iran's nuclear trajectory?
My guess is as good as yours. Right now, we need some time to really assess it, and the only way to assess it is by human intelligence, and not pictures from satellites and rumors.
How many times does he have to say it, right?
Politicized discourse. So we need some time. We believe, our Mossad believes that we have gained a significant success here, but it takes some time to assess for how long. By the way, mentioning the Mossad, I just want to mention to you that just before Ayatollah Khamenei made his declaration, the Mossad appealed directly to the people of Iran, saying, first of all, showing empathy to the suffering that they suffered, and also saying Israel has no war with the Iranian people, but with the Iranian regime. So I think this is something which is worth noting as well.
Interesting. Interesting to hear that. So what does that mean then?
Which is just their version of diplomacy weaponing, attacking with this diplomacy. Like, instead of a military attack, it's a psychological attack on the people there because they want to replace the regime. Or do they? I mean, I don't know. It seems like they already got their tentacles in every throne room, every kingdom on Arats. There's a lot of traffic this way. Stuck in some stuff back there a while ago. So I don't know, maybe now we won't be on the little roads as much. But, you know, like when I came out this way, I spent $36.68 on tolls. So I don't want to spend that going back out of my own pocket, you know? And I mean, if that little road represents what I got to do instead, it's totally worth it. Totally worth it. I had fun. You know? Heavy traffic expected. June 25th through July 6th. That's a long time.
As far as Israel's objectives in Iran, we heard the supreme leader in there saying that the U.S. enter war because if it felt that if it did not enter the war, then Israel would have been completely destroyed. What do you say to that?
How funny.
This is such a nonsense that I don't know if he doesn't believe. I hope he doesn't believe in what he's saying, but maybe nobody briefed him about what Iran was going through because he's hiding somewhere in a bunker and nobody told him, because all these really close advisors and commanders are wiped out by Israel. So either he doesn't believe in it or worse.
That's
funny, bro.
Isn't he right in saying that
did you guys ever watch wrestling? Like, you know, when you were younger and you watched wrestling and they would have like McMahon, he'd be like interviewed, or McMahon was, no, not that guy. What was the guy? Oh, Mean Gene Okerlund, right? He'd be there with his little microphone and he'd be like interviewing Macho Man. Oh, let me tell you. Ooh, right? And then interviewing Hulk Hogan. What you gonna do, brother? Oh, and they had these like really radically different positions of everything. Right? This guy's a Mossad. And he's like, oh yeah, maybe the supreme leader's been hiding out in a cave and he doesn't have any intelligence advisors because we've destroyed them all. It's bro, it's so WWF or WWE or whatever you want to call it. Oh my gosh.
The Americans intervened on behalf of Israel and helped Israel.
That's nonsense. No. America intervened because President Trump saw a unique opportunity to pursue the success of the Israeli Air Force and really hit for goal.
But could those nuclear sites that were targeted have been targeted by Israel on its own?
No. We never claimed that
Careful.
We can do it by ourselves only. And I think what happened is that President Trump was quick to seize opportunities, saw that the Israeli Air Force gained air supremacy over Iran, and joined the success. But the claim that we are,
he's dangerously close to stepping in it. Who's gonna get the credit? Is it that Trump seized the opportunity because of the military dominance of Israel? Or is it that Trump stepped in and did what Israel couldn't do? Like, how are you gonna play that? How are you gonna, right? I think this is going to lead to a falling out between the U.S. and Israel's, however you want to look at it, current regime. Maybe the regime change is going to be in Israel after all and not in Iran at all. Oh my gosh, that's so funny, right? Because I actually think that Trump has a MAGA play that he could make here, just telling the public in Israel, look, I just stepped in, Big Daddy stepped in and took care of the business that Netanyahu was all talk about, okay? It's time for him to go. I mean, after all, they were giving him the 2,000-pound bunker buster stuff, you know, supplying them with all the arms, U.S. taxpayer. I mean, how much money does Israel have? Their citizenry had to come and file like insurance claims against Netanyahu and his administration for the damages that were done to their houses and businesses and stuff. I never heard of such a thing. If the U.S. was attacked, would the people here be able to like sue the government for damages because of how they handled the geopolitical? I was like, what? Really? Is that a thing? Oh yeah. Apparently so. But yeah, trouble in the bromance, perhaps, right? By design. But we're gonna keep an eye out on that too. Maybe Israel is gonna become a 51st state and be the hub of the expansion. That would be a major play. major move. But it also kind of fits, you know, with the extreme time that we're in. I need to see if I can get in touch with my Yahusha. I hadn't heard from her yet. So I'm gonna work on that for a moment, see how everyone's in the home front, and I'll be back with y'all. Before I go, let's see if I think we might get a couple of views at the edge of this mountain. I don't know if you're going to be able to see out here through the trees. Oh, there you go. There goes a little something down in there. Boy, it's quite a ways down over there. And then this side too. Hill grade 5% next to 2 miles. And we got a bunch of rocks right here. Oh, sorry, buddy. So sorry. Come on over. Brake a little bit. Let the truck maintain its speed going down this hill. I do want to reach out to my Yahusha, but I got 2.5 miles before I got to make a turn or something, so I don't want to be trying to push to talk and all that during that. I sent her some messages and maybe, no, I got signal. She probably just hadn't had a chance to check her phone yet or something. Wake up and take care of the puppies, you know. Yeah, go around me. Content to just ride this down at this speaker.
Well, Israel is thriving now. The economy is strong. People went back to business, and to claim that America intervened to save us from destruction is such a nonsense that I don't think anybody should take it seriously.
Okay, thank you so much for talking to us and sharing the perspective from Israel. There with us, Uri Dromi, a retired colonel in the Israeli Air Force, joining us from Tel Aviv.
See, if that ends up being the sentiment that literally comes out of the Israeli government, they'll use it to say Trump is triggered. They don't appreciate what we have done for them. Whatever. He just said the idea that the U.S. came in and saved the day is absurd. It's a joke. It's absurd. You can just see Trump getting pissed about that, right? Yeah. Very, very interesting indeed. So it's saying that I have... I don't understand this, you guys. Less than a mile I'm supposed to exit? I need to get over behind this big truck here then. Wow, it literally is like an exit coming up. So crazy. Quaint little mountain town right there, little mountain village. Dude, for real? Yep, exit 79 is telling me to get off here. got 37 miles until fuel stop. Huh. Ooh. Clearance 13.2. So if you were hauling a trailer here, this would be like, well, wherever that low bridge is. This ain't a low bridge right here. This is easy peasy, like all day long. Go to the stop sign and turn right. Got me, family. Don't befuddle. Here we go. Get up on this guy. Oh, there's the 13.2 warning, 4 miles. See, if you had a trailer, you would not be going this way. I mean, I don't know, like, I'm not saying that it's not possible to fit under there, but when we were in our orientation, they were saying to not go anything under 14. And this is a speed limit's 35 for this, and it's only 4 miles. I feel like it's going to work. I feel like we're going to be going less than 35 too in some places over here. This is definitely like small town stuff through here. See if I can grab us a name. No. Cabin Creek Road. Apostolic Church. I just went up to 40. It's another situation where we got the creek running right along here. So I think it could be that this is to avoid a toll again. Wild, bro. So yeah, if I had a trailer, I wouldn't be able to do this. Let's see what that 13. I don't need my exhaust brake on anymore, darn it. Here I. Ooh, Mr. with the weed whacker, really close to the road, hiding behind a pole. Almost didn't see him. Yeah, look at that gorgeous creek right down there. I'd rather be in one of those trailers in a small town than a fancy house in a big old city. Not interested. Not even a little bit. Especially you see some of these little old brick places, you know, they don't have to have a lot. That one right there. It's actually even a little bit big for my family. Look at those folks sitting out on the porch just enjoying the day. Love it. Be careful though, man. You come around a turn and the thing drop down to 25 and you don't slow down, Barney finna come on out. Right, you want to just raise a little revenue for it. You know what I mean? Like there ain't nobody else on this road right now but me. Right, this whole stretch. There go one car right there. Nobody behind me. If you could get a view of the little creek over here, it looks like it's going to actually cross. Yep, it's going to cross right underneath us, and then it's going to be on that side of the road for a bit. But if we look down this way, we might get to see There she go. Look at that. Wealthy acres indeed. A different type of wealth. Rough road. Coming out and saying 25 miles an hour, but I think they mean that little turn. Some rock over here. Cut into the side of the mountain. Yeah, see what kind of a view you might get off the edge of this right here. There's a little community down there too. 1.3 miles and we'll turn to the left. Look at the green grass down there. Ain't that something? Sign says falling rock. But it's probably been quite a while, but who knows? Look at that. Look at that, you guys. Yeah. So gorgeous. And the big truckers love coming through here. Look at this. So I don't know where that 13.2 bridge was, but if it's up here, those guys are going through there. I mean, they're dump trucks, but I mean, how tall is a dump truck? There's like a little bridge, but I don't know if it's just for walking. No, they drive across it. All right, if you say so. Yeah, it's just so gorgeous all over. Okay, so we're gonna be turning left on 61 North, and I actually kind of do allow that takes us straight to our because we got 32 miles, so it would be pretty great if that took us exactly to where we need to go without too much more changes. We have been changing a lot, but it's okay. I gotta find a place to bed down. Okay, here's the 13.2. So they're running underneath it. This is it right here. And you just can't. Whoa. What the fuck, dude? That freaking devil-possessed MFer right there just took this at a high speed and then like getting on me like I'm going the wrong way. I got a green light right here. I'm not going the wrong way. What a freaking psycho, dude. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Could have just got front-ended right there, family. Not worse, you look at that guy's eyes, he was about ready to jump out the car. I'm only two seconds away from Smith and Wesson. They dwell together. Yeah. Go ahead and front end my truck, then jump out, get dropped, get blood tested. Yeah, this crazy doped out fiend right here rammed into me and then got out of his car like he wanted to start something. Anyway, delivered from all that. Baruk Atah. Access ramp. Turn right here. It's an interesting little town. See what I mean? You don't need to be in a big city to encounter demons. You will see them all over. The entire land is given over and cursed. The entire world. there isn't really a place that you can go. I mean, unless you are able to go up to the top of some mountain somewhere. You guys can't see this, but there's like a sheepdog up on the dash of that Class A, just laying right in the windshield of that big motor coach, like a big, like an Australian Shepherd. Okay, so what are we doing? Talk to me, Goose. Charleston is this one. So that section right there is the toll road, and that's what we just did, was avoid that. So you can just toggle the avoid tolls. I mean, you're going from Greensboro to Goshen, you're gonna save yourself like $36, and you're gonna get to check out some pretty interesting terrain. And most people's vehicle even do better than Abby, because, you know, this is a heavy duty truck. So, oops, pressing the wrong button there. Oh shoot, tape. The suspension is really rigid, right? So some of those roads are kind of rough and that's just noisy, but it ain't hurting the truck at all. Not hurting the tires and not hurting the suspension. I'm just still getting used to it, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna reach out to my yapa. Make sure everything's okay at home. It's a little bit late to not have heard from her. Really gorgeous view out that window, that water. Let me actually just check something right quick. Sometimes I feel like maybe she doesn't get the notification, and so just send her a quick little message and see if she gets it. Miles. We only have 28 miles until we get to our stop. Looks like they're going to do their update on Gaza, which I don't know how many people realize that Israel's actually like been ramping it up with their so-called like food drops or whatever. There's like more and more kata going on, almost like taking advantage of the distraction, you know. It's pretty infuriating, to be honest.
Been killed killed in Israeli attacks in the Gaza Strip since early on Thursday. That includes several people who were waiting for food near controversial distribution centers. While the war between Israel and Iran was going on, more than 900 Palestinians were killed in Gaza during the 12-day conflict. Another Israeli airstrike targeted a building housing displaced Palestinians in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in Gaza City. The overnight attack killed 9 people. Ibrahim Al-Khalili was at the scene.
And I really do halal that the average American citizen would realize that they're paying for that. Your hard-earned money has been going to fund that, right? Plus, silence is, you're accountable for the words, thoughts, and deeds that you even don't speak or have or do. And, I mean, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, there's blood on the hands of the average entertained and amused, American citizen who's maybe wrapped up in other types of news, like the whole left-right paradigm.
Right now, standing inside the Amr ibn al-As school in Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in Gaza City. The Israeli military has targeted this school at midnight without any prior warning, which led to the death of many Palestinians, and dozens were injured and transported to Al-Shifa hospital. The scale of devastation inflicted to this classroom, which used to shelter tens of Palestinians, is unprecedented. We can clearly see the scale of destruction inflicted to this classroom.
Pop-up ads.
You can see the destruction inflicted to this classroom. The attack came at midnight without any sort of warning. The situation is getting much more dire in the light of the ongoing Israeli military escalation of attacks targeting different areas across Gaza Strip. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, from Sheikh Radwan neighborhood, Gaza City, Palestine.
Now, a small amount of aid has made its way into that same neighborhood in Gaza City, but it's far from enough for Palestinians desperately in need. Israel is still limiting what supplies go into the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Ruach Ha'Qadash reports from Sheikh Radwan.
It is nearly 4 months for preventing the aid to be distributed for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And I'm talking to you from one of the aid distribution points in northern Gaza, while a few trucks made its way here, secured by the clans. As you can clearly see in the picture, a few amount of aid packages here, and outside this aid distribution facility, hundreds of Palestinians waiting to receive one of these packages. This is how it's.
I don't know if I can recall correctly, but I think that there were 50 trucks a day that were going in as aid before this all kind of went down on the October 7th thing. And even then, the people had very limited access to food, water, medicine, etc. Well, it has been cut way down from that. And, so they were saying that even that wasn't enough. Look at that pretty view. And then it's got to a point where there's sometimes where there's none, or they'll try to be like virtue signaling. They let 8 trucks through. Well, that's quite a bit down from 58. None. And for a really long period of time. So it's like way out of control. Way out of control. Just take a look. If you can see, the house is way up on top of this hill right here. Just take a look. I don't know if you're going to be able to see them. It might get blocked by these little trees right here, but you might see them right there. But they're everywhere, all across the land. There's some folks that just have so much money and like huge house. Whatever.
Like outside the aid distribution point here in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood, a very long line waiting for the aid to be distributed. As you can clearly see in the frame, this is the situation here at the moment. All of these people are so happy that they will not risk their life anymore to the Zikim area and Netzarim corridor to get some of the aid packages. At the moment, all of these people are so happy that the aid will be distributed inside the Gaza Strip and they don't have to risk their lives anymore. معاذ الكحلوت الجزيرة Sheikh Radwan neighborhood, Palestine.
Well, joining us now from Gaza City is Amjad Shawah, who's the director of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network. Thank you so much, Mr. Shawah, for being with us on Al Jazeera. I know you've been deeply involved in aid coordination on the ground in Gaza. Can you tell us first how the Israeli blockade has affected people's ability to get food in Gaza, especially people who've been displaced, families who've lost their homes?
Thank you. We're witnessing kind of an engineered starvation imposed by the Israelis. This is what we have since the early beginning of this war, mainly on the 2nd of March when the ceasefire was collapsed, and we have this tightening of the blockade in Gaza Strip. Few truckloads which entered in Gaza, whilst we used to have 600 trucks a day of different humanitarian aid.
Oh my gosh, I said 50. See, he just said 600 trucks a day. That was like normal. Yeah. It really is beyond belief, you know? And I honestly feel like most of the people that I see day in and day out they really don't even have any idea of that. You can't see it right now, but you got a Capitol dome right here that's all gold. I forgot what the name of this town is. Charleston. You can just go Google it, right? Charleston. You might be able to see out this window. I doubt it, but I wanted you to. Covered it when we came across this way. You have these FBI looking buildings, and then you got this old world building with this dome. Who knows what kind of symbolism and everything is like connected to that entire thing. It's unreal. Think about how much time we get about main discussions that mean nothing. Statistics or Hollywood actor pregnancies, just whatever, bro. Like, freaking ever, man. There's some stuff going on all around us and underneath our feet. happened and whatnot, that is so significant and yet not really ever discussed. It's incredible.
Items, we only have number of trucks which is entering every week, which is mainly flour, which is getting to Gaza and the south. And the Israelis just entered to the roads and refused to be distributed through the distribution points in the different areas of Gaza Strip, which is something that in Israel shown that Israel insists to have chaos in Gaza Strip instead of this humanitarian system.
Right.
The starvation in Gaza is led to such a humanitarian catastrophe, and we have 70,000 children who are suffering from acute malnutrition and their lives in danger. 110 children, according to UNICEF, they are admitted to the hospitals because of their malnutrition conditions, whilst we have nothing to deliver to these children who are suffering due to this humanitarian conditions.
Let me ask you, Mr. Yahuah, and I will get to the situation inside the medical facilities and hospitals in Gaza in a moment. I wanted to ask you about the aid sites, aid distribution, food distribution sites, I should say, that the Israelis and Americans have set up. They say to help people in Gaza get food. These are at certain locations only in central Gaza, near the Netzarim corridor, in the south as well. Has that helped in any way? We have seen, of course, people killed, Palestinians killed in attacks near those distribution sites, but have they been helpful in any way at providing any sort of food to people?
It's not the distribution sites, it's kind of military basements with full meaning. And it's a grave violation to the humanitarian principles that was described by the UN different agencies and by the Secretary General of the UN himself and our people themselves. It's kind of insulting, killing the traps for our people here, that the Israel weaponized the aid with full meaning, that they are getting the people to these traps to be killed, shot, and to be insulted. There is no civil procedures taken on these sites, and people were shot, targeted by the Israeli tanks and by the Israeli snipers. And there is no medical line, and people had to walk for 2 hours in order to reach the first one, and we are talking about only 4 sites, which is based on the south. This mechanism get out in order to serve the Israeli agenda. First, to displace people from Gaza north to the south, and the second.
Seriously, who thinks of things like that? Who thinks that kind of stuff up? It's pure evil.
To destroy the humanitarian structure, which is respecting the humanitarian principles, and to be replaced by a military mechanism. The third, which is the deportation of the Palestinians. That Netanyahu himself declared this. We're talking about very small amount of aid which is entered through the GHF. And 570 people were killed. More than 3,500 people injured in these sites. And we are calling on all the actors in order to stop this mechanism and to enhance the humanitarian structure, the UN, UNRWA, and the INGOs and the national NGOs.
I was going to ask you about that. I mean, with the world right now focusing on other conflicts, on Iran, Israel, what do you think people are missing today about what's happening inside Gaza? And what is your message to the world?
Thank you. It's really real time, and we are passing through the most difficult, critical time on this war. While my people are everywhere losing more than 100 people. People are suffocated due to this starvation. The basic request, we are calling for the protection of civilians, to stop this war, to open the crossings, to get in the aid. We have 130,000 tons of aid which is waiting outside the borders, and people are in need for everything. Basic needs are we are asking to get in Gaza. Mainly, the main thing that it's protection for the people in Gaza. We have thousands of patients who need to be referred outside to get medical treatment. Chronic patients who are bad need for their medical medicines. So it's basic requests, but it's like saving the lives of the people in Gaza. And it's great time that we are passing through.
I hope the world hears your message. Everyone hears your message. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Mr. Amjad Shawah.
And one of the things that's most triggering about all of it is if you care, you get put into a bucket with like the extreme liberal whatever. It's insane. It's insane, bro. It's like legit crimes against humanity, and if you side with the victim in all of this, you get painted as some kind of a liberal, progressive extremist. Hardly. Yeah, there you go. All right, it's saying 9 miles to the fuel stop. So, thank you, excuse me. Yes, coming through. Oh, the gorgeous water over there, look at that. So I'm gonna be pausing again shortly. Wow. So this, I'm literally just over what the speed would be. And zipping around, trying to be in the same lane at the same time. Some of these folks are begging to get into a wreck. Because it's so careless and so reckless. Even though the sign says 70, it's actually 55 because, well, that says when flashing. So it's technically not flashing. So the speed limit just went up from 60 to 70. I don't know if you can see all the medallions that are on the back window of that truck right there. If you can see them all, I don't know. But I always get curious and I'm like, well, okay, so does that mean that the owner or the driver of this vehicle is aware? Or are they just in... Because at the lower levels, they don't get to see and understand all things, right? And they get their hooks into them so much that by the time they start to realize what's really going on, they're committed, and they're also I'll just say they're embedded. They're almost like soul tied. There's a lot to that too, but that's a whole other thing. Shawnee Sports Complex. Circa. nations revival. Excuse me. There's like a classic Mach 1 looking Mustang right here in front of me, and he's following a trailer that says Mustang on it. I don't, maybe it's related, I don't know. Like maybe they're together. I'm gonna try to go past them right now so you guys can check it out. Excuse me. I feel like this is it's very much like stock condition. A lot of people are into collecting cars and keeping them stock. Could be unrelated, I don't know. Pretty wild though. Sometimes I really do miss biting into a big old cheeseburger or whatnot. In a long time. We did have some burgers feast. My baby made some leavened bread, and then we had an offering made by fire. Burgers and homemade mayo. I can really enjoy it when I know that it's Qadash ingredients. Like if I tried to eat one of the burgers that I used to eat, I'll be so convicted by knowing, you know, whatever it's made out of. There's no way I'd be able to enjoy it. I recently was really, really hungry and staying in this Walmart. That's the night I had to buy this replacement mattress because the first one burst. And they had some garlic butter wings there. And I was like, man, I need to get something. I don't know what I could buy in this entire store. And even that, I'm like, yeah, dude, you don't really know. So I had to pull off and suck to do my best. And then, you know what? I really was like, ultimately just regretting it. It's a shame, but it's true. But now I have the stove top, and it's a lot easier, and I even have some raw chicken that I've been from time to time. But back then I had the oven. It was a lot more of an issue. But still, you know, like, I'm not perfect, shoot. And then you do something, and then you're like, you have like conviction, and you have like regret, and then you repent, and you're like, please help me to not ever do that again. You know what I mean? Because Abba put such a strong distaste. I can't just go out and get chicken because I don't know what they did to that animal. And there's things that they're doing these days, the demonic, whatever you want to call it, intelligence or technology or what have you, is so sophisticated that the threat is like much higher. There's some kind of power plants right there. I remember talking about this the last time because it looks like they're just creating clouds. You probably can see them right now. Kind of gross. When I say kind of, I mean extremely. All right, so I'm gonna top off the fuel, use the restroom, all the things. I'm gonna pause and get back. Autos only through this way. Go for it, brother. Is it? Oh, that's an exit only. Shoot, my bad. Go ahead. I don't know where you go in for the big trucks. I thought I was going in through here. Oh. How do you get to the truck part? Oh, I'm gonna be really stuck if these guys don't move. Crap. I screwed up. I came in the wrong way. Gotta flip it. So sorry. Apologies. Came in the wrong place. All right, guys. Be back with you soon, okay? All right. Well, I didn't get 50 gallons. It's kind of like my goal. I don't really want to buy it less than that, although I'm going to find out if that's even necessary. I had spent $166 and change as the price at the pump, and I'm going to go find out what my actual price was. But first I need to make this connection to 35. It's coming up here in a half a mile, so try and get that straight first, and then I'm willing get a chance to take a look at some of those things. I want to see what happened with my points. I've been trying to make a concerted effort to hit the shower goal. So I want to take a look at that. I didn't really make a note of where I was before, and it doesn't show it to you like as a log. It just shows it as like a circle that you're filling as you go around. If that makes sense. But you got to get 1,000 gallons. That's the goal. 1,000 gallons in a month. A free shower every day. The upcoming month. Okay. So we're on this road for 96 miles. Baruk Yahuah. We're not doing much of the whole switchy. So I can take a look here. Let's go into this. I've already hit their overdrive. There's 5 days remaining. You get 4 points for every gallon, and I used those earlier to buy a coffee. The coffee costs $2.88, so they took 288 points off, but I still have 1,700. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just probably use that to get, a coffee. Like, I can make one of my own coffees first, and then get going down the road a bit. When I run out, stop in there and get a refill and then put in my own cream and my own sweetener. So that's gonna probably work out pretty well, because basically like 2 of these, that's like a pot though. That's pretty much what I was drinking. I was drinking actually maybe a little bit more than that. Okay, let's see. Here's the rewards. So my shower went from 3.5 to 4. I'm at 765. Again, like, I don't know how much I was before that. And that was, I'm gonna try and look and see if I can see. You can click on here and go to your receipts, and you can see your fuel. I think it was like 46 or something like that, which is probably why I got half a shower credit and not a complete shower credit, which kind of sucks, but whatever. The tank on the truck filled, the tank in the back filled. Ain't got no room for the other you know. Oh, it was 42 3/4. So I still had a pretty good amount to go to get to 10, or I'm sorry, to get to 50. Okay, so it was $3.90 a gallon was the price at the pump, which also is $166.68. So now let's go see what I paid. I'm gonna put 166.68 in the calculator real quick. And then we're gonna pop open the Com Data app, which if it recognizes my face, it makes it a lot easier. Technology's a trip, bro. Did not the first time, and then did the segundo time. $129.96. So $36.72 savings that time. And I don't have the breakdown of what it was per gallon. Look at these pretty rocks right here. Man, I just love it. Dang, you can like see the clay. Look at that clay. Later on, I can go in the computer and log in, and it'll tell me like how many gallons, price per gallon, all that. Right now, it's just showing you the transaction, the date, and the amount. All right. Absolutely, completely, thoroughly filled. So that spot was called Nitro, West Virginia. And I need to make myself driving again in my log. Same location, Nitro, West Virginia. I put bobtail in here because I'm trying to keep track of when I'm unloaded, etc. what it was. Feeling some kind of way about not hearing from my baby. I don't know. It's telling me that I have 6 hours remaining, and that's to get to the shop where the truck is going to get serviced tomorrow. So it's not really where I'm going. It's just a placeholder for now while I'm waiting. Dang, bro, we ain't going to be dealing with that much longer. Whew. About getting another hotel/motel room right now. Not interested. Okay, now the lane is smooth again. That she said that she was going to be fasting from Facebook, so maybe I'll just try the regular text, because I want to have a call and I want to talk to her, but I don't want to pull her away from all the stuff that she's also trying to do. She's got a lot on her plate with me not there. I mean, she's a homemaker and a homeschool teacher and all that, and truth is, most of the time I wasn't there as much anyway. I was working 40 hours a week in my corporate job, plus you got to commute. Of course, my dawning commute, everybody's sleeping anyways. I'll leave at 5 a.m. Then coming home, if I get up at 4:30, it takes me another hour, so I'm just trying to get home in time for supper. 6 o'clock. And I need to start wearing my gloves when I pump the diesel. That is, I get myself in such a hurry that I start skipping steps, even though it's like I know better. Do not have a load assigned to me. If I were to get a load assigned today, they technically say that you have to pick it up by 11 tomorrow. But I have a service appointment at 1, so I don't want to do that. I could, but I don't expect them to service my truck with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they probably want to put it up on a lift and stuff. So the ideal thing would be for me to get it on Friday. There's also a bonus to getting it on Friday, because then you technically get until Monday at 11 to pick it up, but I'm not looking to take advantage of that bonus right now anyways. But I'm asking them to take a look at the auxiliary fuel tank, because I have been feeling like it could be having like a leak or something. It seems like it's doing a lot better once I realized that it wasn't really filled, it just was reading as filled because it was frothy. I'm pretty sure that that's going on. That's what was going on. Because like for example, right now, I hit the auxiliary tank until it stopped, and then I went down to the main tank and I got that one going, and I add a little bit real slow at the end, and then I went back up top, and it took like another probably 10 or so. Just to give it a chance for all the bubbles to die down. It gets a lot more bubbly than a regular tank. In the regular tank has like a long spout that it runs down, and this one just pours straight in, and it's like, you know. So it's a thing. Ain't nobody told me about this thing. Just kind of learning as we go. Slide over because there's a truck here in the shoulder with his flashers on. We got more gorgeous views happening all through here. I don't know what he's doing, bro. He doesn't look like he's in any distress, but he was walking like way out in front. I just saw a town name that I recognized because I had stayed there before. Chillicothe or Chillicothe, maybe? You know, there's these commands in scripture that I don't feel like people talk about enough, especially people who are in or come out of Christianity. And if someone is basically like teaching or believing another doctrine, especially when it comes to like who HaMashiach is, you are not to invite them to a Qadash assembly. And you're not to have them around those who you have headship over, your wife and your children. It'd be like letting a fox into the hen house, or a wolf into your camp, or however you want to look at it. And it matters. It is like the dividing issue. Whatever, Daisy, dude. Really, bro? And it's crazy, I actually slowed down too. But now you get over it. Aren't you gonna do the same thing to the next big truck? Yeah, see what I mean? It would have cost you but an extra 90 seconds to follow me because I'm already passing the truck, but that's just how some folks roll. So like there's this whole belief, I guess, and you see like in Christianity where people invite someone into their house to share the G-O-D spell, and like think that they're doing the Most High a favor or something, but it's actually like disobedience. There is a time and a place to witness and share truth and all that, but there's also some protective boundaries that are there. Especially like Shabbat, woo, and feasts, where the scripture calls it a Qadash assembly. So that's only for those who are in the way. There she is. Baruk Atah Yahuah, thank you. There's just want to make sure that she's okie dokie. Alright, she sent me a message. So I'm going to check it out. And I'll be back as soon as I can if she's actually able. I'm probably going to have a call with her for a bit. Hallelujah. I'll be right back, Mashpaka. Alright, I'm back. So yeah, I was just checking. My log says I got like 5.5, and the destination is saying 5:52, but that's not my actual destination, and everything is cutting it like really close. So but you know what, all the tanks are maxed. It looks like I'm gonna be on this particular road for 72 miles, so I think everything's going to work out just fine. Hallelujah. I'm actually wondering if I should try to see if I can adjust my appointment to an earlier time. Got a bunch of clouds out now, but it's just like logical too, you know. The sun heats up whatever dew there was, and it all rises up, accumulates. I don't think it's necessarily moisture from somewhere else, although it could be. Excuse me. We have had increased frequencies of storms, extreme. I believe this is also a sign of the times and a form of Yahuwah's wrath, even though they try to cover that fact by saying that it's other things. And even the word that they use to describe it is a fairy tale. But this is how strong the delusion is, man. Most people believe these things. Straight up believe these things. It's pretty amazing. send them a text. I really love dealing with these folks. They're great. And I can just text them. Like I just sent them a message saying, would it be possible to come in earlier? ? First available ? So I think last time my appointment was at 8. So they might answer back and say 8, and I'll just be like, okay, great, thank you. And what that's gonna do is allow me to pick up my next load so much earlier. Because the chances are, knowing me and the way these things have been going, like, I mean, I was up at 3:30. And I had a lot of things to pack up because I had been kind of like staying in this room for a couple nights. But normally I make coffee and rearrange a few things in here because, you know, obviously the bed in the back. That reminds me, see, I'm gonna go to Walmart because I got another propane tank. I'll probably just buy them to get two for $10 because I used one up. So now I have like a couple backup, and then I'm gonna get something to cover the switch for the pump, because when the mattress gets pumped up to where I need it to be, the switch presses up against the door, and whenever there's any pressure on the switch itself, it causes it to break the seal, because the switch slides inflate, deflate, and then you turn it. So once you get it where you want, you switch it to off, but if you push in on it, you'll hear it real slow. And that's what's been happening to me, is I get it to where I want it and it's all like great, and then I lay down, and then a few hours later it's like, dude, I'm all saggy. It's all saggy. And that's why. I mean, Hallelujah, you know what I mean? Like, he's showing me what I need to do. So I feel like if I get something rigid, like even a glass container or a little metal can or something that can cover that, but it's not too deep, that just will, the door will press up against it, but it'll keep the switch from getting activated. That's all I need. It doesn't need to be much. So I'll go look. It could even be, probably be plastic, metal, glass, whatever, but it has to have, you know, be the proper size, dimensions, basically. All right, looks like I got some return messages from my Yahusha. Let's see what she's got. I see some bridge up here. I'm pretty sure we're going over this bridge. I don't know for sure, but oh yeah, we are. Hallelujah. Okay, that's really bizarre. Sorry, just one moment. The Google Maps is not looking normal on the screen at all. It's only like partially on the screen. Yeah, look at that. That's Ohio River, and we are now coming into Ohio. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yo, dude, you want to stay in your lane, please? I mean, cool truck and all, bro, but nah, I don't need to. We don't need to get all up close and personal. The freak, dude. Seriously? No, like, oh yeah, my fault, nothing. Just like as if nothing ever happened. Come 2 tires into my lane over here. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what top 1/3 of the screen was black. There we go. That's more like it. I love my baby so much. Abba Baruk Yasharal and my bond. Hallelujah. Okay. So I don't know, but I kind of feel like this. Oh, dude, you really waited till the worst possible time to do that. This is what happens when Californians drive big RVs. That's really more of a joke, but it's because family inside jokes. Not that it ain't true though. California drivers are loco en la cabeza, Holmes. Yo, dude, look at this guy. Dude, stay in your lane, bro. Remember when they were all saying that? When we're like, they have never had even one successful trial. Stay in your lane, bro. You stay in your lane. That's just the facts, Jack. Anyway. He's hanging out behind this big rig for like 2 miles, and I go to pass him and he signals and comes over like right in front of me. I figured. Probably the first time he saw me. Scary. Scary but true. Bing. Boom. Boom. Yeah. I might not get my normal meteorological report. But more important than that, I just pull all that. They all get to feeling better. All I was starting to say was that I don't really know how long this video is going to get up to. It's already 4.5 hours long, and it got 5.5 more hours till we get there. And I might have a tendency to just let that sucker go. And Abba's been giving us a lot of meat today. Hallelujah. We've been seeing some really gorgeous countryside. I think there's going to be a time when we get out here where we're just seeing a lot of the open spaces. There's just so much land that people could be dwelling in. That, you know, that they could have just a little garden and a few animals. If everybody had a couple of their own chickens, you know, some goats maybe, lamb or two, cow, you know, like people could just basically produce their own food. You don't have to be some huge 20-acre farm or whatever. Like that whole thing, that whole model, I don't know, man. It's just not even well, really, when you look at what it does to the nutrients. You're supposed to always leave a bit there, and you're even supposed to have a season that you let everything return into the soil. But that's a whole other matter, right? So we got 55 25 miles. Before we do anything else. It is 93 degrees. It's 1:11 Indiana time. There probably would be a chance to check the load board and see what's there. Also going to see what they say at Transport Protect. We've been 458 miles so far, and we're averaging 16.7. I am expecting that number to go up, but that's without really knowing what's going on with the wind ahead of us. End up getting back into the analyzing of the current events that are going on, because they're going to directly affect all of us in a really huge way. So gorgeous over here. Sun and these puffy white clouds. Kind of hard to describe sometimes the number of shades of white that Yahuah has on his clouds. Please don't come over, Ford. Please don't come over. I'm going much faster than you right now. Just be patient, bro. You're going to get your chance. Thank you. Okay, I got another message I need to check. Check. Hold up. Okay. I don't know, I'm gonna say something that should be obvious, but like unfortunately I gotta say it. I just saw a little bit of a video on YouTube from one who calls himself an elder, and if you are an elder, I just want to say, right, like, modesty is not for females only, and these males that be coming out with the name of Yahuah on their lips and just want to be showing like their whole chest and their belly and all that, even below their waistline and stuff like that, that's completely inappropriate. It's unwell. You got wives, daughters, sisters, even young eyes, everything. Don't need to be looking at all that. That don't have nothing to do with the truth. And that's for you and your Yashar'Al. That's really what that is. I mean, the truth to be told is that the culture and the society is very, very sick in this way. Very, very young folks end up going to like a pool or something, and you got males in like bikini, brief, jockey, whatever, you know, and you got females in two-piece bikinis that ain't got hardly nothing, cover nothing, and it's normal. It ain't normal. It ain't normal at all. See what I'm saying? It's inappropriate, and it shouldn't go on, especially in Yashar'Al. Oh, I see what she... I sent my Yashar'Al probably like 6 reels. She usually be sending me a bunch of reels, and you know, she might be up watching these and sending them to me, and then I see them the next dawning when I get up. So now I just kind of flipped that on her, because I think I was sending her those when it was like maybe 4 or something my time, and that'd be like, I guess, like maybe 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. her time. Whoa. So she's reacting. Great. Thank you. All right, so I just changed from 1 to 10. We'll take it. We'll take whatever. It technically doesn't put me where I feel like I can get a load today and be able to pick it up by 11. I can. But if I let my dispatcher know that I'm going to pick it up by 1, maybe that'll be okay. I think they have to, you got to build a little bit of a trust with them and a little bit of a relationship to where, they're like, yeah, we know him, he's reliable, he's a hard worker, we can trust him, that kind of thing. Even in my orientation, one of the instructor was talking about a driver that's, I'll just say, one of the more experienced, that asked for 3 loads to Washington, and they got them all. Now that feels like a little bit of favoritism when you're new and you can't even get a load. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to sit there and get 3? Well, it goes back to they probably have done things to help dispatch out when they're like, hey, we really need these. They're like, yeah, I got you. Or, oh my gosh, this one broke down halfway. I need you to go meet them and take the load the rest of the way. A split load, and they'll do that. And if you're able to do that to help out a fellow driver and to help out the company and dispatch and all that, then I'm sure that that's appreciated and return favor. This is a basic principle in life, right? This is scriptural. Iron sharpens iron, and so we share Baruk Atah with each other, and even Yahuah baraks those that barak you, right? And if you're not willing to take one for the team, so to say, then don't be surprised if they're not there for you when you need a little something. All right. So this is okay. We're reducing the speed limit here, and I don't know if it's for construction or what's going on. It looks like there's a lot of traffic over here. We are on 35 West, and we're going to be on it until we get to 23 North, which is 44 miles away. It is showing that there's some construction coming up here. I sure would love to find a place that has internet, and when I say that, I mean that also has a little bit of upload speed to it. I have 3 more videos that I was not able to upload yet but I got 4 uploaded, and one of them is like about almost 7 hours long. And unfortunately, the 3 that I didn't get yet are older than 3 of the ones that I did. But the big one, or one of them, was actually like the longest one. So, I mean, it's cool, it is what it is, but it's like really difficult, it seems like, to find the signal. I tried at the rest stop and it was no bueno. I tried at the Barnes and Noble and it was no bueno. And then I was trying at the motel and I only was able to do 1. I let that one go for like all night, all day, and all night. And it literally just finished. Like, I did have to wait probably like an extra 20 minutes from the time I was ready to leave to let it finish. But I was like, I need to let this finish. After all the failed attempts, and you know what I'm saying? 3 of them, I just used my mobile data on the new phone. Is like unlimited whatever. Some new company too. It's called oh shoot, I already forgot what it's called. That's funny. We switched our phones over from Mint to this new company, and now I can't remember what it's called. Dude, what are you doing? Are you gonna drive right through me or what? I'm going over the speed limit, boss. Are you a commercial driver? I mean, you look like it for a second there, but yeah, go around. I'm not interested in getting no double speed fine garbage. Shooting tape, bro. Ah, there it is. Visible. That's what it's called. I don't know how much I recommend it or anything yet at this point. I'm really over this backup camera turning itself off. I don't understand why it's doing that. It's like, why is it so difficult to get quality products or quality service anymore? Why? Well, I think that it's by design. I would love to know what you think. there is a White House press briefing, but I can't stand to watch that guy. It drives me nuts. There's a lot of things that I tolerate watching so that I can like discern and note what's happening, but there's also certain things that I'm just like, I can't. And what really kills me about that one too is like how much folks are like, oh, she's so hot. I'm like, dude, freaking. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. You know, that's the way this high-level witchcraft works, is that they're tricking everyone, and they get almost like a type of power from being able to deceive you right in front of your very face. It's like it strengthens their magic, so to say. And I think it is a form of Baphomet worship. Take a little bit of that rain. Oh man. Hecky yeah. Kind of surprised that the speed limit hasn't bumped up here. In Ohio. Alright, let's see what we got.
.com. Do check it out. Weather's next. An inside story will examine what's behind this stunning picture.
I was looking at this sticker from the last time they did the oil, and it's saying 6/6/2026, which is like, yeah, right. Those days are over. I'm not able to wait out the time duration for my oil change. It's got to go by the mile. And it actually says on there 117,000. And I got 114,840, almost 115. But the truck was telling me the countdown, it was already expired, even though it's technically like 2,000 miles short. I'm not going to wait though, I'm going to get it done. I don't understand why the sticker in the truck would be different, unless it's like, well, it's because you got like synthetic or something. I don't know. I'll learn it. I'll figure it out, man.
A former New York governor and Democratic heavyweight backed by billionaires. International issues were central in his campaign too, such as Israel's war on Gaza, warning that if he's elected,
they're talking about this race for governor in New York, and they got this guy, he's like, I don't know, he's like Muslim or something. He's like against Trump, and he's like for the Palestinians and all this, and like he's 33 years old, and I'm like, bro, of course he is, right? This is like their way of saying, this is our guy. They're rolling him out on the New York stage. Governor, 33 years old. And how did that Cuomo guy, how is he not so busted? It's bizarre. And then they hilariously, well, maybe in a lot of ways it's true, they lump him and Trump together with their billionaire special interests, when during the entire campaign and backstory and all that, they were like opposite ends of the spectrum, so to say. It's true. It really is.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu could face arrest if he visits New York. President Donald Trump greeted the result with a torrent of personal insults. So why did Mamdani win? How significant is his victory? And what hurdles will he face in November's general election? We'll put that to our panel in just a few moments. But first, this report from Joel Evans.
Jubilant scenes as Zohran Mamdani celebrates victory in the Democratic Party's New York mayoral primary.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Oh, mayor.
Mamdani's victory over political rival, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, has sent shockwaves through the Democratic Party establishment. Cuomo had been attempting a political comeback after leaving office in 2021, following multiple accusations of sexual harassment. His candidacy was funded by record donations from billionaires and other business interests.
Very proud of the campaign that we ran, and I'm proud of the effort that we put forth, and I'm proud of the issues that we discussed. But tonight was not our night.
Born in Kampala, Uganda, Mamdani moved to New York when he was 7 years old, after his father won a scholarship. His campaign focused largely on the cost of living, in a city where rents and the price of a home are amongst the highest in the world.
Can't imagine.
Unlike Cuomo, Mamdani relied on social media and grassroots interaction. His policies often visualized in viral social media videos focused on working people. Plunging into the Atlantic Ocean represented a freeze on rent. Other policy ideas included free citywide bus services and universal childcare for children under 5.
I like how progressive he is. I like that he's more in touch than some of the older candidates, and I think he's going to move our city in the right direction.
His vocal opposition to Israel's war in Gaza has challenged many in the Democratic Party establishment. He's been an activist for Palestinian issues since he was a student. During the campaign, he described Israel as an apartheid state and called for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Elected to the New York State Assembly, he introduced a bill to end the tax-exempt status of New York charities with ties to illegal Israeli settlements that violate international human rights law. Victory from the self-declared socialist has drawn harsh criticism from the right. President Donald Trump called him a communist lunatic. The election to choose New York's next mayor in November is set to be a fiercely fought contest. Andrew Cuomo and incumbent mayor Eric Adams are both set to stand as independents, with the Republican candidate likely to be the founder of Guardian Angels, Curtis Wheeler. But all eyes will likely be on Mamdani, who has shaken up New York's long-established political order. Joel Evans, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Over 60% of law.
Oh my gosh, that's kind of... They said the founder of... What the heck were they called again? Dang it. Angels, I don't want to say... I mean, this ain't exactly right. It's just for understanding. Vigilante. Circus, man. That's all it is. A dang circus. Joke. And the people are they're gonna sign their names. They're gonna enter into agreement with one of these clowns, and they're gonna be given over. Just like most of the country was in the presidential.
For the likes of me and many others watching who aren't aware of the machinations of US politics, just how important is politically the office of mayor in New York City?
Well, the mayor is like the president of the city. He runs, he's the decision maker. I mean, there are other things at play. There's a relationship between New York City and the governorship out of Albany in New York. But he has a tremendous influence over the day-to-day lives of close to 9 million people. So yes, it's a very important position, much more than, let's say, the significance of, and this is all to respect to, AOC or Rashida Tlaib, who represent hundreds of thousands of people in their congressional districts. But Mamdani, if he is elected as the mayor, will represent close to 9 million people.
Linda. Savant, as the New York Times called him, someone who ran a very savvy social media campaign and brought out the youth vote. Or is he really bad news for the establishment, the veteran moderates who control the Democratic Party?
They called him a TikTok savant. They wanted to underestimate his power. They said that his campaign was just a social media campaign. But what he did was he tapped into the frustration, the disenfranchisement of voters, particularly young voters who are sick and tired of old politics, of politicians who promise them things and never deliver. And he also stuck to a message, contrary to the Democratic Party. He's talked about what people are experiencing today. Rent increases, people who can't afford to live in New York City because they don't have access to universal child care, because they don't have access to free and fast public transportation. And he stayed on message. He did not get distracted. He did not get defensive as billionaires put up ads on television, billboards, YouTube ads. I mean, they bombarded the voters with negative ads against Mamdani, and it did not work. And it's again a referendum on the Democratic Party. And I'm so proud that Mamdani right now is demonstrating what the party could be if they followed his model and followed his advice.
George, do you agree with that? Was this a referendum on the Democratic Party? To what extent are Mamdani's policies simply a shopping list of unaffordable giveaways drawn up by a man from a privileged background who has little real experience of the people that he claims that he wants to help? Is there a danger here that when it comes to the election, he could scare off more moderate voters?
Well, first of all, I agree with Linda completely. He is not a TikTok anomaly, no more than Donald Trump is. And to the extent he's a referendum on the Democratic Party, it's really a referendum on all of the establishment, Republican, Independent, Democratic, whatever, to say that we have a new generation of leaders And whether they're in a new generation or not, a new fired spirit of folks who are tired of being overlooked. A populism that says we're no longer going to accept that we just have to tolerate anything, that we have to tolerate, billionaires making hand over fist, and we make nothing, and we struggle, and we bail out companies, but we both bail out the American people. We don't have to tolerate that anymore. And so, are there moderates who might be concerned with him? Maybe, but for what I've been hearing, folks are enthralled, not just with his policies, but even if not his policies, with his energy and with his fight. He seems like the kind of person who could take on a Donald Trump, who could take on others from the Republican side who are populists. He's bringing a Democratic vision, and we're looking for that fight.
Omar, he unapologetically defines himself as a socialist, but as we said, he had a privileged middle-class upbringing. So who voted for him? A recent Emerson poll predicted him winning 57% of white voters, but only 26% of black, 57% of college-educated voters, but only 23% non-college-educated voters.
Even this, they use to continue to divide the people. The people are unanimously in agreement that they don't want to see billionaires get away with crimes just because they're rich. And they don't want to see poor people continue to be oppressed, squeezed in every way. You're less significant, you don't matter, all that, right? You don't have to be some progressive, liberal, radical, whatever, to agree on those kinds of topics. We all agree on that. Now, everybody doesn't think that you can just have a bunch of giveaways to buy votes, okay? So there could be a difference there. But they're emphasizing that there's this distinction based on race in the polling, which are also manufactured. Polls are manufactured. So they're using this character, this election, these washed up clowns, to portray him as some paladin, knight in shining armor, coming in to take down the big, terrible Trump and the establishment and everything else. And then they're like highlighting how there's this discrepancy in the support between white and black voters. I'm so sick of their crap. I am just so sick of it. This is one of the things that people continue to allow themselves to be divided over, that Yashar'Al is not to be divided over. And there's actually a lot of folks out there that have the name of Yahuwah in their lips, and they push a divide based on race too. Another one of the hugest tricks that the devil played is that it's not one race, Adam kind, mankind, one race. Nationality, ethnicity, language, tribe, tongue, those things don't cause you to be a different race. Nobody wants to stand up and really fight that fight. I don't know why. It's frustrating. And they'll do it with gender, and they'll do it with socioeconomic groups and all that. You're constantly seeking to divide and conquer. Don't be convinced that the election is real. It's a C-lection, not an election. It's also you entering into agreement with four mighty ones. You're signing your name to it. You're entering into an oath.
Who voted for him? Was it New York's working classes or affluent, educated New Yorkers, perhaps eager to jump on the virtue bandwagon?
Well, I haven't sifted through all the kind of demographic breakdown numbers or that type of material yet. I mean, it's been very early. But I think, first of all, we have to acknowledge that Zohran Mamdani is a supremely talented individual. He's so charismatic. He's a brilliant speaker. He's totally unflappable. I mean, they threw everything at him, and he just answers with such ease and comfort. He resonates with the man on the street in a way that it's not easy to do. He also ran a brilliant campaign, one that I haven't seen. It's like maybe since Obama in 2008, coupled with the kind of economic populism of a Bernie Sanders in 2016. And so he married those two things, and he got a lot of people very energized, very galvanized, and he did, what people are saying is probably one of the greatest upsets in American political history. I mean, you have to understand, in the heart of American capitalism, this democratic socialist wins the primary for the Democratic Party, and in a city where the largest city of Jewish Americans outside, or the largest city of Jews, let's say, outside of Tel Aviv, this kind of anti-Zionist Muslim, socialist is the winner of the Democratic primary. I mean, it's a significant achievement, and so I'm not sure exactly which people voted for him where. I saw the maps break down in aspects of Manhattan where I live. My neighborhood voted for him, and in fact, it's in the Upper East Side, I think, where it was strongest for Andrew Cuomo, which is one of the wealthiest parts of New York. So there are those dimensions. I don't know the specific breakdown, but I think he galvanized.
I think it's interesting too that they have this panel and all three of them are like giddy, like big smiles on their faces. It's like, they're doing literally everything they can to pump up this character. They're getting ready to roll out something with this character.
A lot of people, and he ended up destroying a person that had 100% name recognition coming in, and that matters in a race like this. He had 1% name recognition coming in. Nobody knew who he was. He was able to turn that around in a significant way, and so I wouldn't undermine that achievement.
Linda,
and by the way, the Democratic Party tried to undermine him the same way they did Bernie Sanders back in 2016 and 2020, and he outmaneuvered that.
Okay, picking up on that, Linda, a significant achievement, as Omar was saying, but why are so many establishment Democrats against Mamdani and indeed other progressives in the party? Why do they appear to rile against any fresh blood and new thinking?
I'll start just by answering your previous question quickly. The establishment had us believe that, Mamdani was not going to do well at all with black voters, with Latino voters. He was not going to do well with women over the age of 45. And when we looked across New York City, I did look at the numbers, and it was very shocking to see that Mamdani handedly won boroughs like Brooklyn, boroughs like Manhattan, boroughs like Queens, particular neighborhoods where he won by 40%, by 30%, by 20%. It was incredible. And what he showed was that he was able to resonate with voters of different backgrounds across New York City. And the reason why the Democratic establishment, and not just the Democratic establishment, but the establishment in general, is in panic mode right now, is because Mamdani has put forth a message, one that works, put forth the effort and the work and the grassroots and talking to people and going to the doors, and is going to set the party up, particularly the Democratic Party, to now have to deliver for the American people. And a lot of people keep saying that Mamdani's plans are pie in the sky, that he's idealistic, that there's no way to pay for these things, and they don't want to hear him. He has told us multiple times in multiple interviews, including in his plans that are on his website, how he's going to pay for these things. He's going to pay for them by increasing the corporate tax rate in New York to match New Jersey. I mean, for God's sakes, New Jersey has a higher corporate tax than New York City. He's talking about taxing the top 1%, and that's why the establishment is upset, because the billionaires are upset. They're worried about their donors. And what Mamdani is saying, I'm worried about the young black mom in Brooklyn. I'm worried about the college students.
This goes right back to one of the planks or pillars of I'll probably just not even name them, but most of you probably know. If you're watching this, you probably already know who it is. But it says, when the people need a hero, we will provide him. Right? And the etymology of the word hero is like a demi-God, or half God, half MAN, which is a nafal. And they roll him out with their symbolism on him so that they know this is our guy. There's rain up ahead. Not sure if there's anything other than rain, but I would not be too surprised. But yeah, if you look at this panel during this entire show, they just have this huge grin on their face. Like, this is the guy who's gonna take down the establishment. It's the same type of drive and energy that was behind Obama and behind Trump. I don't know what was behind Biden and all that. Wow, really, really wild stuff. Anyway, let's see what might happen. Let's try to take a look at this. So I think that a lot of this storm might end up being on your side. And there's lightning. So we're likely going to start getting a turn shift. There's a couple little drops coming down. Baruk Atah. These guys don't crash into each other. That would be very well. Let's not do that, okay? Alright. So you can probably start to see some of the change in the clouds and the moisture and all the rest. It's raining over here and all over here. Hallelujah.
I'm worried about our neighbors who are being evicted and displaced from New York City. This is what's happening. We're seeing a lash against something that we've been calling for. We are voters who have wanted our party to speak to what is keeping New Yorkers and Americans in general up at night, and that's affordability. People can't afford their groceries. People were moving out of New York City because they couldn't afford health care. They couldn't afford their child care. Imagine having to pay over 50% of your income just towards child care. And Mamdani is bringing us real proposals for real people, and the Democratic establishment feels ashamed. They feel embarrassed because someone like Mamdani has done exactly what Omar said, which is the biggest political upset in American history.
Joy, what message has Mamdani's success? Yeah, sorry, get in, Joy. Get in, please.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, Linda. I'm sorry. The Democratic Party is not embarrassed. We're not ashamed. We're not panicked. All of the things that have been used to describe us, that's not true. Matter of fact, folks are excited about his win. And they also know that we do have moderates. He did not do well in Staten Island, nor did he do well in the Bronx. So there are areas where he's going to have work. He could do better with moderates. He could do better with African Americans who are predominantly moderate. So yeah, there are some areas for him to grow. That's not a knock on him. The Democratic Party is not a monolith. And so yeah, everyone matters, right? You need all votes. And just like we need progressive votes to win, you need moderate votes to win. And you might even need a few Republican votes to win. We need a person brilliant strategist, a brilliant politician who speaks to issues that are across the board. So I don't want to let us speak for him. He has done a better job than any of us could do here, bringing people together, saying that these are issues that transcend economic class, that we want a different spirit, a different energy, and a different fight in the Democratic Party, and that's what will be needed to represent the people of New York. This is not just...
These clouds are actually pretty ominous, I'll say, and they're actually moving pretty rapidly. I don't see any necessary circulation right here, but I would be curious to see what shows on the radar. In fact, I might do a quick I got 5 miles, so we're switching roads. I was gonna do a quick search and see if Ryan Hall, y'all, is live right now, reporting on anything in this area. Just because I wouldn't be surprised if there were weather watches associated with this storm. Here's some increased wind speeds through here. This is that area, Chillicothe, that I was saying that I previously had stayed at. We're looking for 23 north, that's 23 south. There's actually some strong winds right through here. Gorgeous shot going over the river. A lot more rain activity on this side as opposed to this side. We're basically driving right through the center part of this. Behind me is really dark cloud. Baruk Atah Yahuah! Hello, Yahuah! I don't know what the left lane closed ahead, so I'm going to fall in behind this ramp. I have no reason to push anything. I'm going to do that. And they're dropping us 60, but I'm already going 55. And we're going down to 50 now. Oh, there's a voice message. I won't be surprised if they're going to tell me that there's a storm. There's a storm. You're going right into a storm. I'm going to listen to it just a second. I have 2.5 miles before I need to make a road change. Lightning. Some of it may come up on the camera. A lot of braking up ahead. So I'm looking for 23 north in 2 miles. I wouldn't even be surprised if we start to see some hail, icy rain, whatever. I don't know that the temperature, I mean, obviously the surface temperatures are too high, but the upper atmospheric temperatures, and I am saying words that I know it's not a sphere, but just talking about using the language that exists to describe it, right? High altitude air, whatever you want to call it. Oh yeah. going that way. Like, I don't understand that. Sometimes that happens, and I get confused sometimes. Get out ahead of this big truck. Alright, Baruk Yahuah. He's going to try to come in right behind me. Less than 1 mile. Yeah, it's really coming down right here. The high winds that I saw earlier, I don't see those now. That doesn't mean that we won't see them again. It's not presently. I don't know how you say that. Scoyato River? Scoyato? There's a view for ya. Baruk Atah. So this takes us towards Columbus. To get over because there's a few vehicles in the shoulder right here. Some sort of construction. Okay, so we're on this road for 37 miles. You're entering distracted driving safety corridor. Huh? Never heard of that, but okay. Safety corridor. Next 7 miles. 0 tolerance. Interesting. Alright, so it's 60 through here. And 37 miles. Hooey! It's actually like a little bit of sky coming through right here. If I would have known the direction, it helped me to understand right now. Because when the storm is pushing, say like east, you can get some spin up activity, circulation. My baby's getting a little bit impatient that I can't answer her right away. Let me see if I can get over. Oh, shoot. There's a guy right in my blind spot. Oh my gosh. So sorry. That's a little bit of an overstimulated feeling right there. I started feeling like a lot of pressure to try to get to my phone. That's probably what the whole safety corridor thing is all about too. So that's starting to slow way down now, you see that? Am I able to get over? Okay. I am so sorry. Thanks, Fieldly, that person hit their horn and got my attention. I didn't even see him. I looked in my mirrors, wasn't there. right? Thank you, Abba. That's really like 2 accidents today, and probably even more than I realize, you know. Okay. So we got, I think that the storm was probably going the other way, and that we may have gotten through it before it actually got serious. I think that we may look back and see that could end up causing problems for folks. Here's one of those trucks that was off to the side of the road. He's got quite the boxes in that truck. All right, guys, I'm gonna pause real quick so I can go see what my Shah was wanting to say, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it's my baby's trying to help me to find a place to bed down for the night, so all is well there. And the car that I tried to change lanes into, that Camaro, went by, and I waved to them and said, I am sorry, and he just waved. It's like, that's okay. So all is well. That's what the horn is for right there, you know. And so I am filled with thanks right now for that. Hallelujah. I do see more like rain clouds ahead, and behind is obviously quite the storm. But yeah, we are moving forward. We have 29 miles remaining on this road, which is 23 north, and then it looks like we're getting on something called 270 west, which, let me double check, I'm pretty sure, right? A loop. But around what? Around Columbus. Another big what would we say? Idol for a mighty one, perhaps? Baruk Atah. Starting to get an increase in the wind. Seeing more rain right there. So it's going to pick back up, it looks like. Stay home. Abba, Baruk Atah Yahuah Adonai. All right. Alright, so my baby sent me a link for, that is one massive whatever that is factory right there, or warehouse, distribution center, some such thing. So I'm gonna try and take a look and see. Route may be affected by severe thunderstorm warnings. 5 hours almost exactly. I cannot remember exactly what I said. 5 hours almost exactly. Okay, 4.5. So that is a push. But I need to go to that area anyhow. So let's see how well we can do. I don't think that this is the, okay, here we go, 55. I was like, I don't think it's 60 right here because there's a traffic light right there. I mean, it could still be, but we've got trucks coming in and out. Everybody's staying alert. We do have the thunderstorms right straight ahead, but depending on, well, the 270 loop appears to go around the west, south and west side of Columbus, which could possibly go right into the storm. All right, guys. I'm going to be sending a message to my Yahusha, and I'll be right back. All right. The view out the front is pretty amazing. I know you can't see it, but there's definitely a storm down on the ground here. I'm not saying a whirlwind on the ground, I'm saying a storm. There is a flag coming up here, a very huge one. I wonder if that could be like a Camping World. Doesn't Camping World have some of the biggest flags you ever seen? Anyway, let's see if I'm right. I don't know. I am 21 miles away from the 270 loop, which goes around Columbus. And I kind of feel like we're going to be going right into this thunderstorm. So we shall see what happens with it all. Yeah. I know that you actually probably have also a pretty well view out your side, but I think it's gonna only get better. And if you could see what is out this side, wow. Okay, that is a huge flag, and no, it's not a camping world. It is an American Legion, is what it is. Huge flag. You can hear, obviously, the rain increasing. Oh, that's paper. Let's not freak out too much over paper. Kind of funny. I'm gonna get rid of the whole mayor race jibber jabber. I think we saw. Hopefully, you see what I'm saying with that. And if you don't believe me now, watch. Just watch. You'll see. Excuse me. I feel like they're heavily invested in a character like Cuomo, and even his own brother is a CNN guy, which is again part of the show, one of the actors, right? Whether it's these high-end journalists or these politicians, they don't just come out of nowhere. Groomed, trained even, and need to do certain things to qualify, like all right. I'm watching this kind of close here. There's like some cloud pulling down right there. It's got a little bit of a interesting shape to it. I'll just say that. I'm not calling it a funnel, but I am checking it out. And I think it would be pretty interesting to look at radar right now, but I can't do that right now. Like, I just can't. Oh yeah. We are going right into the dark part of the sky. And it is on this side like that, and on this side like that. So it's kind of like this right here. Oh, Abba, protect your servant. Oh, Yahuah, let's go. Oh, she sent me another. I think she's gonna recommending a different location. That's not something I'm doing right now. Woo! Yeah, it's coming down right there. And I got voice messages. I don't know exactly what to do. I just saw lightning. I don't like my visibility in front of me. Dang it. Two voice messages. Ah! All right. Take a deep breath. Everything's okay. All right. and everybody's hitting their brakes up here. It's dumping, bro. If there was anything going on with the clouds and whatnot, I would not be able to see it at all. Probably the least favorable time for my boy to not be feeling well. Well, for him. I think it's just basically like a little allergy type cold, you know. 16 miles. All right, guys. Sorry. We're in the midst of it. Heavy rain, wind whipping the rain across the roadway this way. But I need to hear what my baby's saying to me, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, it looks like people are wanting to like basically shut down up here. They got their flashers on. Like, if you're gonna do all that, then get out of the way. You know what I'm saying? But okay, we'll deal with it, whatever it is. Baruk Yahuah. If you do send me anything, send me a voice recording and be okay with me playing it, because I have the camera on for this, and it's pretty wild, to be honest with you. But you know, if I need to try to like reach over to pause the camera, plus everything, I'm getting like overstimulated. I pull all that, you understand. I love you so much, baby. Mwah. Okay. Big boy over here, still rolling. I'm still rolling. We got 14 miles until we're supposed to like basically change. Woo! The wipers can barely get all the water out the way. The windshield is like gallons of water coming down on there. There goes a creek. I don't think you're going to see much. Water on my windshield right now. Yay! Wow. I wonder what they're doing on 270 though. That's kind of making me curious. Look at this big boy. He's just like, watch out. Yeah, it's kind of like all of Columbus. Now's the time when I'd like to be able to just turn on some kind of like radio, weather, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. And the camera out the back, the backup camera is so clear. these folks are driving with their flashers on. $12 miles to get to 270. Well, that right there looks like pretty ominous to me. Dark, and it's got an angle like this, and I'm just like Baruk Atah Yahuah, because I feel like we just got past. Did you see that lightning? Bro, I don't know, there's a low cloud right there, but it's not moving very rapidly at all, so it doesn't mean we're completely in the clear, but it's a positive indication, because if that thing was moving quick, I'd be like, oh boy. The trees, I got kind of mixed feelings about that. There's a tree about a half a mile ahead of me on the left side of the highway here that is really whipping, but it's also very, very tall. You see flashes of lightning coming through kind of like a city center area. It's 35 miles an hour through here. Up, it's showing 50. I don't think you need to water your field right now, mister. He's underneath the tree. Parked his tractor, he's sitting under the tree. Oh yeah, look at this. Wow, look at that coming down there. A lot of big riggers. Well, you never know though. A lot of them probably already on a break. You know? That don't mean that they're doing it because of the rain. They could have just already been doing it. I'm snagging a real quick view at a weather radar, and it's, to me, looks like it's possibly even going to get worse. Wow. Visibility out the front of the truck here. Very, very low. I'm not sure, but I feel like I've seen a few flashes of lightning, but it's not clear. Nine miles is a long way. There's a big, well, I say big, but there's a Chevy pickup passing me on the right. Or wanting to, I don't know, maybe not now. Seems like a pretty confident driver to me. Got some wind. There's what looks like a lightning flash, but it looks so much less on your camera. Maybe not. Maybe we're gonna see something. We're gonna definitely stay tuned and see what comes of all this. Wow. Dude, what are you doing, bro? Get out the way. Come on, bro. You need to be in the other lane unless you plan on turning or something. What's going on with you? I mean, we have 2 lanes. If you're going to go 30, you should just scoot over. That's my honest opinion. I don't know if others agree. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Okay, there's some debris down in the roadway right here. The debris down. For real. Ha! I know my bong would be going crazy right now. And if I had somebody spotting and looking at radar, I probably could do some storm chasing right now. There's light over there. Everything down to the ground here, down to the ground here. I don't know what that could represent right there, but it is interesting. And yeah. Baruk Yahuah. I don't know. I kind of feel like we're going to go back and we're going to look later and they're going to be like, yeah, whirlwinds in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Let me see something. Well, Ryan Hall, y'all, is not live. I am shocked. I really am. So it must mean that the conditions are not favorable for actual rotation. Because I mean, it doesn't just go live for severe thunderstorms. You know what I'm saying? But usually, if there's like this 5, 10, or 15% chance of whirlwinds, then we will most certainly be live. I can see some daylight over there and over there, but not right in front of me. And it is, again, it's like this and like that. So, you know, I am not trying to say that that is a funnel or anything, but sometimes when everything's rain wrapped and you're that close, you wouldn't really be able to tell. Miles. So it's opened up right here, and there's clearly rain down on the ground right there. I think I saw lightning again, but I'm not positive. You can see clouds here. Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet, but it's a lot better than it was a second ago. And I told all that that's not a calm before the storm. I think I saw the flash again. It's kind of weird the way that's happening. I don't know if it's because it's really high up. Because what? I turned radio on and it was making that emergency podcast sound. So I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to get an update. And then it just started playing music. And I'm like, I got to turn that off. This is definitely looking favorable because I'm traveling north, and when I get to 270, I'm going to be going west and around Columbus. And this looks to me like it's like literally right over Columbus right now. This, ooh, is that a rock or hail? I don't know. Wow. I have to inspect later and see if I got a crack or anything. All right. Four miles. It is angling me a little bit towards the storm again. And I think you can see some of the southern edge of it out your window there as well. But directly ahead, probably like around 1 o'clock, 12:30, whatever. Straight ahead, but slightly on this side looks like what would be the center part of the storm. And I must admit that with the amount of storm stuff that my family and I have watched over the past like 2 years, earthquakes, fiery mountains, whirlwinds, floods, all of it, prophetic. I think that sometimes you might have a tendency to think it could be, that was definitely lightning. You could have a tendency to think that it's more than what it really is. Because like growing up, I would probably be like wanting to go outside and play catch in this. You know what I'm saying? And you too probably. Like, no, it's fine. I'll just take my bike and just gonna go over to Billy's. Thunder. Try to crack the window for a second. Shut this off for a second. See if we hear anything. Hear a little bit of thunder rumbling in the distance. Lightning. Thunder. Okay. Lane closure nearby. They'll pop up and be like, is it still there? And it covers the other information that you need on your screen. don't appreciate it. Okay. 3 miles still. Whew, that's kind of far. We technically just entered the city of Columbus. You know, and looks like this might remain green for us. Yep, it is. And now it's really coming down right here. It's pretty gorgeous right there. You can see the sheets of rain coming down. Wow. And it's really dark. That's straight ahead. I know you can still see light over here, but up here now it's getting really dark. Please don't drive with your headlights off in a storm like this. It's just, I don't know. It's not courteous to all the other drivers. You don't need to put on flashers and you don't need to put on high beams, but you need to have on your lights, like your headlights and your running lights. I don't know, some people might argue about the flashers. That's fine. If you're gonna go 20 and a 50, turn them on. You know? Okay, big flash. Probably gonna audibly hear that rumble. Leaves flying around. Wind whipping across this way. And there goes more little branches and things blowing around right here. Check out all these clouds. It's kind of a clearing right here. Really dark all through there. Cross going back behind me. Very dark. It's a big box truck driving down the road with his flashers on in the left lane. These guys are wanting to pass each other and jockeying for position. It's pretty crazy. 1 mile to the interstate. It's literally right there. There's a patch of blue right here. I feel like we could have come through. It does appear that we are through. Hallelujah. Yahuah. All black behind me. A little bit over there, just kind of gray, rain. Some clouds right here that are very, very dense, heavy moisture right there. I'm not seeing anything moving in any kind of mezzo or like no circulation or anything like that. Baruch Yahuah. I wonder why our light's flashing here. Is this because of a power outage or? So we just got, oh, now we're green. Baruch Yahuah. Hey, hallelujah, Yahuah, man. So awesome. Some strong wind right here. If you, I don't mean like tropical storm strong. It's just really blowing that big tree behind that brick structure right there. Probably can see that. The birds are out wind surfing right now, so they don't mind. So 270 west, half a mile, and we are on it. Yes. A little bit of lightning behind me. Got a lot of construction right here. So I'm curious to see like how it is that we actually get on. I see them turning left right up there. Yep, we are out. Outie. I do feel like it's possible that the Father just brought us safely through 2 storms that are going to, I don't know, possibly produce damage. Then again, maybe they're just thunderstorms. Oh boy. The whirlwinds will come upon communities suddenly, without much advance warning, and then even if there is, people will become so desensitized to all the warnings, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, the wrath of Yahuwah will come upon them suddenly, like they're going to be like shocked. It's amazing. All right. Go. And this is saying 20 miles. Person is in the fast lane of the interstate with their flashers on. I am not joking. Okay, they just turned their flashers off. I would really watch out for this person. Bro. Seriously. Okay, 19 miles. Why would you be telling me to get up on 17B Bravo? 17B Bravo is 33 west. Alright, well that's what we're going to do. Tara Abba Baruk Yahuah. Right through the storm, family. Right through the storm. I'm gonna let my Yahusha know. Hey baby, I just want to let you know that Abba just brought me through the second storm, and I'm on 270. There's only just a light sprinkling going on now. Proceeding really well around Columbus to 33. So I just wanted to let you know that all is well, and I love you guys. Mwah. Bus. No, I don't. Scooching back over, see if we're gonna let this Corvette go. And depending on what he does, I might just follow him. I don't know how well you usually are able to push people in that little car. JEC3, whatever that means. Maybe his initials, and like, you know, he's got at least 3 cars or something, but who knows? And I don't know what state it is. I couldn't tell. It doesn't matter. I don't normally want to call out a license plate, but it's no expectation of privacy on the interstate, you know what I'm saying? So it's like a little bit more cloud stuff right here, but I don't feel that that's going to be impacting us at all. And nothing out that way. So, hey man, Hallelujah Yahuah, that was also a very exciting time. It's kind of funny because we've been we got 6 hours on this video and we've had a lot of fun. I would say fun. A couple of those detours to avoid tolls, some of the stuff we were able to break down in the Pentagon debriefing, and yeah, it's been a Barak or a Baruk or a Barukah. Thanks you. I appreciate you guys, and I actually been palaling for you guys too, to be feeling much better soon. But yeah, Halal Yahuah. It was interesting. I'm really curious to see if anything comes of those storms. Let me know if you guys hear or see anything. It's kind of funny looking at the that's actually really pretty, that cloud that's up there. That's cool. And yeah, looking out the backup camera right there, it's pretty neat too. You can clearly see it's a storm. Personalized license plate. I don't even know what that is. F-L-O-R-E-A-T. Florite? What is that? Imagine spending all that extra money on it. I mean, maybe that's their last name though. Maybe that's, try to be a little bit more understanding, but I don't know what your personalized license plate is supposed to mean. Florite? No idea. Okay, it's got a bunch of messages here. Halal Yahuah. Alright, I am gonna play this because I already let her know that I'm basically like, send me voice clips and I'm gonna play them, so let me cautiously begin.
Well, that's what you just drove through right now. Eden said that there's a confirmed
Pennsylvania.
Alright, so update from my house is that there's a confirmed whirlwind on the ground, but in Pennsylvania. So we are having, you know, whatever you want to call it, whirlwind activity today. And she also sent me like a video of what I just drove through. So I'm gonna try. I don't know how I'm supposed to look at that right now, but she'd probably say, well, it's for you to look at later. But let's see if I can see anything. Wow. Well, what I see just so you know, is like bubbling up on the radar and then massive red. Just drove through that. Pretty wild. But Baruk Yahuah, man. Baruk Yahuah. Thank you, Abba, for your protection. Shalum Yahuah. Okay, it says, big boy, you're not coming over here without a signal or nothing, buddy. Look at all the shingles he got on that trailer. We gotta get boxed in again. Just did not. Alright, 7 miles. It's so wild because like you got just like blue sky right here on the other side of this cloud. We still have some clouds that we're working our way through that I think could be a part of that storm, but maybe a little bit further south, because I think we pushed beyond whatever you want to call it, a ridge of pressure, whatever, high pressure, low pressure. All right, slow these wipers down a little bit. Go ahead and move on over there, Charger. You watch out there, Stratus, or whatever you are. There you go. Miles. Actually making great time as well, and the miles per gallon is at 17 after 560 miles bobtailing back to Goshen from, well, Greenville. We did some yesterday, and then we overnighted in Greensboro, and actually ran a refresh on my log, because on the Shabbat, if I stop by like 8 p.m., 9, 10, 11, 12, I get 4 hours right there, and then 24 makes 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So start at 6 a.m. it would be completely refreshed at 34 hours. But I didn't even go as late as 8. I actually stopped much earlier. And so I went ahead and got up at like 3:30, and I had like plenty of time. But I know that I'm planning on driving 11 hours today, so it wouldn't have mattered if I started at 4 or 7 or whatever, because I got to overnight either way. All this probably helps to push down some temperatures a little bit. I think I saw 93 earlier, and now it says 83. That's a very large difference, but some of it could also just be like because I've gone more north. I don't know. I don't know what the temperature here yesterday was, for example. This is Columbus that we're driving around right now. And you know, look at traffic is not that unwell. Really not. This is interesting right here. There's this pole, like an obelisk pole or whatever, and it has a ring of 5G stuff on it, but it looks like it's made to raise and lower. Like I've seen it before with lights, street lights, and they can like lower them down, I guess, to change light bulbs or whatever, and then they can crank them up. I have no idea why they, like, is that the same concept? Like lower it down, change the stuff that's hanging on it, and then raise it back up? Maybe. Kind of surprised they didn't think of that a long time ago, to be honest with you. Two miles. I don't normally try to do this, but this lane looks pretty wide open, and this car is moving a little bit faster than these guys. So I'll give it a shot. I got to get off in 2 miles anyways. There's a little bit more cloud activity right here, but I can't see how it would really have any, what would be the word? Energy or whatever. It's so far off the back end of the storm. The storm did look like it was pushing more east, though, not south, like I kind of thought. But it could have been south and east. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see that was ended up being something. Of course, I won't be surprised if I'm incorrect about that either. It's just it seems like it. Okay, so I got 0.8 miles. .6, 17B. They're all going 17A. So we're gonna zip over here. We're in between these little school buses. They got like white school buses in some of these places. Hey, look, it's Marysville. Marysville, Washington would be like the load that I would really like to be able to get. Load to Marysville is probably going to be like 3,500 for a smaller one, and maybe 4,000 for a larger one. There'll be a bear getting it up over those mountains though, but 59 miles, so we're going to be on this one for a hot moment. And it's 55, so we're going to do this. We're going to come right over here, and we'll stay like that. So that's a little bit of a cloud in front of us. It's kind of dark. It's wanting to come down and maybe drop some moisture on the surface, but I don't think that it has any kind of energy. Really. Left lane ends in a half a mile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Just bump it up a little bit just to get in front of this, I guess, school bus. Early Learning Academy. is what it is. She's doing a great job driving that thing. Great job. Keep them little kiddos safe. And there was a pair of those. I was kind of in between them, so I wanted to get out of there as well. All right. I got a message from my baby. Oh, she sent me an attachment of oh, thanks you, baby. I'll try to listen to that when I get a chance. Looks like the old snake in the grass, huh? Let me guess. RFK Jr. wants to microchip you. I think I nailed that one. I've seen some of that already out on him. Yeah. But he's for you, truther community. Right. I don't know, bro. I think they can just come out right in front of folks and they won't see it. It's the darndest thing. Alright, so it's recommending a lower speed for this portion. Is it what? 45? What is that? Why would it be 40? It says 55 right there. I don't understand some of the stuff they do, bro. I'm just passing through this place. More than half of what I see don't make no dang sense. Excuse me. You get to like energy, like exhilaration from the storm, like from the air and everything. I know I do. Actually tempted to listen to what she sent me right now. I think he's testifying in front of some kind of congressional hearing. Let's listen.
Bro, if you...
What? It was my voice, bro. If you, that's what I said.
Their diet, about their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives. We think that wearables are a key to the Maha agenda, making America healthy again, and we are going to. My vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Following up, their diet, about their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives.
Yeah. There you go. Wearables. Excuse me. looks like some wind damage right there, actually. Did you see that sign down? Like a billboard-y type sign that was down right in that field. Still kind of like a storm over there as well, which would be basically east of our current location, which is not really coming up as like a town or anything like that, but we are northwest of Columbus, so it could be that you're seeing a storm on the very north end of the town right there. Yeah, totally. See, people are getting what they signed up for, basically, and I don't know if a lot of them are going to be able to even see it. It's amazing that they can just come out in complete view and remain like undetected. I don't get it. I do get it because the veil, but I don't get it like how can that? And then I got to remind myself that I was once there and I would still be if it wasn't for Abba. I did hear a guy from Mossad saying today on Al Jazeera that the idea that Trump came in and saved the day is laughable. It's just not true. That it was Trump taking advantage of the opportunity to strike Iran because of the success of the Israeli Air Force. And I just thought to myself, oh boy, wait till Trump hears that and says, how dare they try to take credit for what I've obviously done. And you can see how that whole agenda to come in and make Israel great again, they're just still pushing that narrative. Crazy stuff. Pretty exciting time to be alive though, huh babe? I love you, honey. Mwah. Okay, so there's a delay here. It's actually not telling me how long, so it must be less than 5 minutes. So no worries there. Thumpy noises. So this 33, wow, it goes on for a long old time. I don't know where we're taking it. Oh, all the way around Fort Wayne. Is that the same? Oh my gosh, this road 33 goes, dang, all the way to like 6, and then looks like you go on 33 again. It's pretty much like staying on this road. Like the whole dang old way. I'll tell you what, man, that dang old 33 taking all the way. Or, know, one of the things that I'm curious about the log is, like, let's say, why is this not? Because you're going way too slow. Let's say I drove 4.5 hours with the trailer on, and then I went to post-trip inspection, dropped the trailer, and then turn around and drive 3 hours to where I bed down for the night. So in my first driving, I'm going to have in my trailer number and my BOL number in my forms. Well, then on the second one, it's going to be blanked out. But they don't give you separate forms for each driving section. They basically give you a form that's kind of like for the day. So what's up with that? I can't submit one form for the first half of the day and a different form for the other half of the day. So I just leave it all in there, but put in the notes, and they probably say, well, that's fine. It's just interesting stuff. Like, nobody thought of that. So sweet. I like videos. I think this video that I've been recording today is going to be quite the video too, actually. There were some gorgeous roads, babe, that I went on. Like, I had checked to avoid tolls, so it's going on roads kind of like a man road, but a little bit more hairy, with like this really pretty creek all down the side and stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you're going to send me. Love you so much, honey. And Paul, that you feel better soon. Mwah. Okay, now everybody started to pick up the pace again. I'm actually gonna stop right up here. There's a rest area. I'm gonna go potty. Baruk Atah Yahuah. I'm probably just gonna leave, let the camera run, because I'm just gonna be a moment. And it's always interesting, people watching anyways. You might see some interesting folks pulling in and out or whatever. So it'll be really quick. You put these curb stops here, and my truck is so long. Alright, be right back. This is a really tight turn right here to get out. What? Come on, Ohio. All right, family. Ooh-wee. See anything interesting while I was gone? Maybe not. Well, that's alright too. I wonder if we're gonna see any really like pretty landscape now. We're kind of getting away from the city a little bit, like hitting that rest area. They actually done a great job on that rest area. That was all okay, except for that weird little exit thing. And also, please put paper, hand drying, and not just only the air stuff. The air stuff blows bacteria right onto your wet hands. It's really not well. It's totally not well. I don't really use them anymore at all because of that. I'm gonna be way better off just to pat them on my britches than I am to sit there and let every gathered fungus blow right onto my wet hands. So I guess this guy's he didn't like the way I came out, I guess. So he wants to get in front of me or some crap. I'm not sure. But we're going over the speed limit, that's for sure, I'll tell you that. Maybe he was speeding the whole time, I don't know, I wasn't out here. I find it to be a little bit interesting though, we'll tell you that. I saw a bunch of park models on the board for Wave Express, and I'm not interested. I'll take big old fifth wheels, and I'll even take 43-foot travel trailer. But I'm not interested in hauling that apartment complex of a brick down the highway, damaging the transmission and all the other horrible fuel and the rest of it. Y'all want folks that haul those? I think you need to start paying like $2.35 a mile. Don't be trying to give those to people for $1.65. They put them on there all cheap like that, and then they even said they stopped putting a G next to them, and they'll just start putting it as a travel trailer, and you think that you're getting a campsite reserve, but it's a campsite reserve park model, meaning you park it, not it goes from park to park like some guy told me. No, not that. It's more like a destination trailer, 2-story thing. All right. Let's see what my baby's saying. Down to about 3 hours remaining. I'm already starting to think about what I might eat tonight. last night I had 4 chicken legs. Just like extra crispy with the cayenne and the Cholula and the mineral salt. Tearing it up. Love that. And then this dawning I had scrambled eggs with seasoned ground beef. One of my favorites. In the chicken. Cooked in the chicken. What do you call that? Drippings. So you get that little bit of that flavor too. And tonight I think I might just go for the staple ground beef. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's literally like one of the best things that we can have, you know? And if you're able to get grass-fed, kind of like free range, what have you, from some of these old local families that have been doing it for decades, you know, you can actually still get yourself a real fair price. They charge you price per pound, and it doesn't matter if it's ground or roast or steak or whatever, because you're paying for the hanging weight of the animal. So, you know, it's not like your steak is $25.99 a pound and your ground beef is $6.99 a pound. The whole thing is $6.99 a pound, or whatever they're charging. Oh. And you know, it's, you gotta have the fat in there, but really simple to fix, really versatile. You don't need all like the sauces and the noodles and all. You don't need it. You don't. You can literally just season that. Maybe have it with egg or no. It's all a matter of breaking out of that programming. You don't need the bread. You don't need biscuits and gravy and all, you know. Just saying. Your body will be well pleased, satiated. And if you start eating that, you're going to see. When you get ready to have it, your mouth starts to water, your body is like, oh yes, this is the stuff right here. And you can eat large portion if you want, and your body's going to let you know when it's done. You're not going to overeat. You got to eat a bunch of crap that your body doesn't want, doesn't need, and can't process to overeat. It's just telling you the truth. You eat that, and then you're going to get to a point where it doesn't smell as yummy anymore. Your mouth isn't really watering like it was before, and it just starts to feel more like you're well. Your body's like, okay, and it'll let you know, and you're well to go after that. Oh, a couple more messages. Let me check these out. I'll be right back. All right. Look at that. All's well. Gonna head to the Walmart. Spend the night there. I need to get. I'm gonna actually look and see if they have it. No, I was gonna say 30 amp fuses, but I don't need. I ordered some of those already. But the propane bottles and And depending on what the weather does, be able to cook up some supper. Oh, and I need to try to find some kind of something to protect the switch on the mattress so that I can really air it up all the way and not have to worry about it pressing against the switch. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Yeah, that's pretty wild. How you know, the clouds and the weather and everything here. I mean, 82 degrees. That's like, it's okay. I mean, it's a little bit on the warm side, but it actually seems like it cooled off to me. I'd be really curious to see. And we got all this gorgeous open fields and stuff. We just don't have a really clear view of them right this second, but I think we will. Is that a man-made pond? We got some more construction pylons here, so I'm not sure, but see, there's some of it opening up. Farmland. This is Huntsville, which don't they also have in Alabama? Alabama. Going down to 55. I'm pretty sure this Honda's going to come flying past me because they're not going to slow down. Told you. One's 12 and one's 14. Looks like they got fishing poles there. Oh boy, here we go. Gonna get into a wreck. Lane ends. Wow. Look at this. They're both trying to go at the same time. Crazy, dude. And I don't know why you're trying to make a U-turn right there. It's supposed to be for emergency vehicles only. Oh, bruh. Bruh. Right? Can't make this stuff up. Yeah, see, this is kind of like quaint little small town baseball fields and whatnot. Alright. I think we're pretty far away from sundown. And we'll see. 12 miles. This gets me, right? Stay on 33 West, 12 miles to 33 West. I feel like it's going to do that a few times because really, it's almost like for there's 144 miles total to the Walmart. I feel like it's pretty much the entire way. Uh-oh. My baby. She gave me a hearty heart. hilarious. I just passed over the Great Miami River, and you look down, and it's just like this little trickle thing. I thought that was kind of funny. Great Miami River. Oh boy. Okay, I think we're gonna get a reduction in speed here. I don't know exactly. Gotta watch some of these things. There we go, 45. See, and then you're like coming into a little town like a Dairy Queen and the subway and whatnot. And we're going to be keep on straight. And then it's probably going to pick right back up. Or not. Don't know for sure. Roll Arena. Indiana Roll Arena. Smile. The donut shop. Looks like it's actually still open too. As in business, not hours of operation. Okay. With all the excitement of the storms and whatnot, we had stepped away a bit from the news, but I am curious to see if there had been any new plot twists in the story, in the script. Go check that out, but first I think I want to let you hear something that my Shah shared with me that apparently was recorded in 2010. And you know, you probably have heard me say that there have been others who come before who were very aware of different things going on. I've heard even some military commander saying that they had a plan and how they were going to attack 7 countries in the Middle East in 5 years. So, you know, now you can check Iran off the list too. But let me see if I can find that right quick and play it for you, because it is actually very relevant to current events. Here we go.
Attended a number of meetings with senior Masons, including senior politicians who most people in the UK would recognize by name. And what they were talking about was a plan that had clearly been made a long time ago. Now, what he described, what the sequence of events was, it starts with Israel attacking Iran. Now, this hasn't happened yet. There have been a number of indications that there are forces which are trying to push this into happening. Iran is being set up as being the bad guys that deserve something to happen to them, and so on and so forth. Now, that's going to be the start of what is like the opening gambit in a big chess game. The plan is for either Iran or for China to retaliate after Iran is struck with a nuclear weapon. At that point, there will be a limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East, followed by a ceasefire. This is being choreographed. It's like the script for a movie. This is exactly what's intended to happen, because people will be driven into fear by this. They'll request and demand and insist on heavy controls from their governments, which will be justified. And this is where you're going to kind of get the martial law situation in all the Western countries. And then the next thing that happens in this chess game that's being played is that biological weapons are released on China. They will release a flu-like virus that will be genetically targeted against the Chinese population. It's designed to spread like wildfire and to knock out a large number of the Chinese people. And after that, then what effectively will be a kind of plague will actually spread right across the world to the West as well. Our source was not clear whether this was a Chinese retaliation or whether the thing will just spread out of control. And then, he said, then the real war starts. This is planned as per the Georgia Guidestones. For those of you who don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, it's a stone monument in Georgia, in America, that was erected anonymously a number of years ago. It's in 8 languages, and it's like an Illuminati manifesto for a new world, as it were. One of the key parts of this manifesto for this new world is that there should be a population of 500 million people. Not only because of the war or the plague, but because, as many of you watching this will understand, the infrastructure goes down in situations like this. There's no food in the supermarkets, there's no gas in the pumps, the telecommunication goes down, there may not even be water coming out of the taps. People are kind of thrown back into a Victorian era without the facilities to handle this, because most people don't have their vegetable gardens, they don't have their horse and cart, they're not able to survive in the way that we used to be able to. We're very vulnerable. In our technological advancement, we're extremely vulnerable, and of course the control.
Especially in the major cities, right? People are very, very dependent on the nipple of the nanny state. So, there you go. I would say that some of the plays are consistent, like insured, but maybe the order they could adapt and adjust and do that. But some of their goals or methods or means, I think, will still come into play. It's interesting too how he was talking about a biological weapon for China that is adapted genetically, especially in light of everything that happened in 2020 and the way Trump would say that China. But the thing is, it's interesting too, is that there's a place in the Ukraine, Chyna, which is also pronounced China, where they said they have U.S. biolabs. Could that be a way of telling you the truth and having it be hidden in plain sight, because everyone obviously assumes that he's talking about Xi's China? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, very possible. I have a turn coming up. Ooh, big boy right there, big boy. All right, so this is actually, okay, 35. See all this open farmland. So here's some of the ag equipment I was telling you about. I don't know if you remember, but I said they had this one with a giant front wheel. There was one right there. This looks like it, right? Oh no, it's got 2 giant front wheels. Oh, it's got like 4 tall, skinny wheels. Anyway, I'm gonna look for it and I'm gonna show it to you because it's really something. So here's like a Tasty Treats, Eats and Treats 33. Interesting, kind of old school looking. You guys might even see a little horse and buggy. Got a lot of Amish stuff out here. It's pretty wild. Okay, so 24 miles on this one. I am going to try and bring up our little news thing that we have been following. Oh, looks like is live now, and they are starting to cover some whirlwind things. Actually,
despite major technological advances in our world, many risks cloud our future. But
interested in this.
Bringing you now the statement from Iran's supreme leader, his first one since the end of the conflict with Israel. Let's listen to it.
The Zionist entity has been swaying under our blows. They would have never imagined to have been dealt these blows, but yet this is what had happened. We thank God Almighty for assisting our armed forces, enabled them to penetrate the multi-layers of defense set up by the enemies. All the military and non-military positions came under our attack. All these positions within the Zionist entity came under attack. The Zionist entity's aggression was met by lethal and fatal attacks, and we succeeded in destroying the enemy's capabilities. And this is a message that the Zionist entity must come to know. Any aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran will have a dear cost, a big and high price. This is what happened. Praise and pride to the Iranian armed forces, the Iranian people. Simply, the armed forces are part and parcel of the Iranian people. It is the Iranian people that provided
this open right here, how pretty that is. Look at that. Dang, it looks like we actually got more rain clouds overhead too. Wow.
Raised and fostered those armed forces personnel. Today we have a robust, mighty armed forces. A second message of congratulations on the victory of our beloved Iran against the United States of America. The United States immediately intervened and got involved in the war simply for the reason that they have a firm conviction if they hadn't, the Zionist entity would be annihilated. That's why the United States had it in rescue and support of the Zionist entity.
Wow.
Yet they did not win any victory. They attacked our nuclear facilities, and this matter cannot go unpunished within the international venues. However, they failed to undermine these nuclear facilities. The United States President amplified their military operations, yet it later proved that they have been excessively exaggerating. It is known to all that the outward position of the Americans is failure, as they fail to destroy the Iranian nuclear facilities. That's why they continued with their attempt to magnify and amplify their attacks on our facilities in order to conceal their failure. The Islamic Republic of Iran dealt a heavy blow to the American forces when they targeted and attacked the American military base in Al Udeid in Qatar, causing grave damage to the base. Those who amplified their attacks on our nuclear facilities came out to downplay our attack on their military base. What matters is that the Iranian armed forces have the capability to target and attack any position they desire at any point of time. Similarly, the American military bases will come under our attack if the American forces direct any belligerence against Iran. The third message is, by virtue of the unity, solidarity, and harmony among our people, the entire population, one voice, one hand, standing side by side, rising above their differences. They rose up.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking.
I like it. Yeah, we're rolling right into another storm over here. That's so crazy, bro. Oh, are we going to be turning? Oh, what? So we're not turning on 75, eh? Interesting. Got some old, like, generational farmlands and stuff out here. Oh, it's like a giant Buzz Aldrin image and a moon in this front yard. Very strange. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's a childhood home of, I don't know. Looks like a bunch of corn right here, but look at these. Look at this older house and the buildings and everything.
Stood by the side of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the armed forces. Not only that, they praised and commended the united ranks of our armed forces. The Iranian people have demonstrated their mettle and their unity against the belligerence initiated against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is a message that our people are one voice and one block. The key message of my word here is that one of his speeches, the United States President said Iran must completely give up and surrender. Then the issue is not our nuclear endeavors, yet our surrender. However, these words are much bigger than the US President himself. Iran is a deep-rooted empire, deep-rooted in history, with well-established civilization. That's why the word surrender is not within our vocabulary. The Iranian people mocked the words uttered by the US president. Since the victory of the Iranian revolutions, the West, namely the United States, maintained animosity against Iran under many false pretexts. Sometimes they came up with, under the guise of human rights, women's rights. Now they are coming with other pretexts about our civil nuclear endeavors. Their ultimate goal is to see Iran surrendering. Former US president did not publicly utter such words. Simply, these words are not acceptable at the global legal level. No president has the right to demand one sovereign people to surrender. The Iranian cannot and will not surrender. This is a key point in my message. Let the Iranian people know that the United States have deep-rooted animosity with Iran and the Iranian people, and they want us to surrender. This cannot and will not happen. Iran is mighty, established with deep civilization, deep-rooted in history, vast geography, and established culture, many-fold bigger than the United States civilization. No one could imagine that Iran or the Iranians could surrender. Preposterous this is. Demanding Iran or the Iranian to surrender would bring about nothing but mockery. Iran and the Iranian people are dignified and will remain standing tall by the grace of God the Almighty. And I pray to God Almighty to bestow blessings and grace upon our beloved homeland and our people, and may God have mercy on the Supreme Leader Al Khomeini. May he rest in peace.
Don't miss out. Get the food.
All right, that was the whole word that he had. The Supreme Leader. Oh, I can't like that, bro. Why you got a piece of wood laying in the road? Trucks over here in the right lane that I need to pass. Storms all around. Wood in the roadway. Wow. Yeah, we're driving right into another storm. So the idea of breaking out the grill and cooking up some burgers, not looking too great right now. Cartersville Road. And it's actually like a little bit storm cloud over there, storm cloud over here, a lot of it in front, and even some in the back. All the way around.
So far, that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't it a beautiful thing? $88 billion.
See that? 88.
I thought I'd tell these little stories. Go off script and tell these little stories, Scott, right? Because it does make it a little more interesting. Although my speechwriters have just gotten every award in the book. Vince, where are you, Vince? Where are we? Where's Ross? He's gotten all these awards and I'm going off the record all the time. Where is he? He didn't show up to the speech. He wrote the speech. He didn't show. Well, that means he has confidence in me. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%.
It says Neil Armstrong Airport. So, yeah, I think it is that this location is like historically tied to the astronaut Neil Armstrong.
An increased take-home pay for a normal family by an incredible $13,000. All of these things are happening. And by the way, there's no inflation. All of the numbers I gave you, all of the money that's coming in, and maybe more importantly than the billions of dollars we're taking in with tariffs, is the fact that we've got hundreds of plants going up all over the United States that never would have been here. I was with Howard and Scott and Texas.
I don't know about, but we're broke. Like, you know, like I lent money to an Ock to help him out, and I like really need you to pay me back now, Ock. You do that? You know? Yeah. I got bills coming due, and I do not really understand how I'm going to pay them. And I have maxed out and flexed out my credit just to be able to do this job. So, you know, keep on telling your stories.
Instruments the other day, the head of Texas Instruments, they're going to spend $60 billion in the United States. And he said, sir, please don't do it to me. And I looked at him, I knew exactly what he meant. I said, you mean tariffs, right? He said, that's right. If you ever get rid of those tariffs, it cost me a fortune. They're all coming in because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're coming in at levels, and it only works for the United States.
Woo! Bro, this is like earlier. Look at this. You know, it doesn't look like much out there. If you could just see the windshield. You can probably hear it though. Man. Okay, 3.8 miles. And it's to stay on 33. What a day, huh? Yeah, this one's an adventure.
It stays because people, it doesn't work for other countries, but it works for us. We have a record investment, we have records and everything, and when these places open up, that's bigger than the $15 trillion that I'm talking about. You know, you don't see it right away, but bigger is the fact that they're all coming in, they're building their factories, the AI factories and the auto plants. We have auto plants, they're closing up in other countries. I don't want to specifically name the countries, but you know who they are. And they're coming into the U.S. and they're opening up and building like nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't call it a miracle, I call it faith. This should have been done 40 years ago. We would have never lost our auto. We lost 50% of our auto industry to China, Mexico, Canada, and various other countries. Should have never happened if you had a president that said, we're going to charge you tariffs, you're not going to build next to us, send it in and take away our jobs. If you would have said 25, 50, or 100% tariff, not one company would have left. But they weren't business people. They were politicians, not very good ones, and some good ones, but some really not good at anything, to be honest with you. We're going to stop the largest tax hike, and we're going to do that in history. This would be, if the bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Think of that, 68%, which would be the largest in history by about 40 points. And we'll make the Trump tax cuts permanent, expand the child tax credit, and we will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Hey, oh, can't see nothing.
Woo-wee. Among the countless citizens who will benefit from these tax cuts is Malachi, a devoted mom and DoorDash driver from Ripon, Wisconsin, who uses her tip income to support her son. She figured that no tax on tips, and it was a very big problem. I was at a dinner in my beautiful building in Las Vegas, and unrelated to this, quadruple.
Like, no tax on tips should not have already happened for a year that I was working at DoorDash. Dang it. I've been known. 0.9 miles. Folks are pulling all over and everything, just like before. And I'm just trucking. Trying to trust Yahuah through the whole mess.
I walked outside, press was there, as always, waiting for something bad to happen, hundreds of them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please announce tonight there will be no tax on tips. And a legend was made. We won Nevada by so much. Republicans don't win Nevada. We won Nevada. So I want to thank that young, beautiful waitress. Thank you very much. But with no tax on tips and other cuts, this bill will save Malachi thousands of dollars per year, enabling her to achieve her goal of visiting every U.S. state with her son. She wants to visit every state by the time he's 18 years old. So, Malachi, it sounds to me like you're off to a fantastic start. And where are you, Malachi? Where are you? Congratulations. Thank you. Also with us today is Luke Wilson, a 23-year-old electoral lineman. He loves being an electrician, but in this case, the lineman. And these are guys that take big risk, and it's hard stuff. But if you know what you're doing, it's fine. He's from Harmony, Pennsylvania, as well as Dee Silva, a truck driver from Springfield, Missouri, where, by the way, our beautiful plane B-2s, they landed after 36 hours of flying. Great going, Pete. And they hit the target. And the target has now been proven to be obliterated, just as we said. We had little fake news from CNN. Thank you very much, CNN, for that. With 3 million miles of driving under her belt, who mentors other women in her industry. And I just want to say, Luke and Dee spend countless hours working overtime to help make this country run. And this bill, the typical overtime worker like them will take home nearly $1,500 extra every single year. So you're talking about at least $1,500, and there will be no harassment because you were being harassed by the Democrats. So Luke and Dee, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Whatever you may be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also with us is James Benson, a third-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan, who has spent 26 years at Ford Motor Company, which is doing very well. They have a lot of plants in this country. If you have plants in this country, you're going to make a lot of money. and as a member of a tremendous group of people, auto workers, and I'll tell you, we love these people, auto workers for Trump, and I came through for them, but they were with me long before I really thought. A lot of people said, is he going to run again? Will he run? They've always been with me, the auto workers. James was a lifelong Democrat until 2017, when he saw the benefits of our tax law, and he also liked Trump. Now, sometimes they can like the law, but if they don't like the candidate, it's not going to matter, right? Is that right, Marco? Marco knows, because he has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up. Everybody respects Marco, right? True. Everybody respects him. Now we're delivering an even bigger win for the auto workers by making interest on car payments fully tax deductible. You know, that's something only rich people seem to have gotten. I said, you know, and that was my idea. It's pretty simple. But I said, you know, the rich people, they always looking for deductions. We want deductions. Linda, did I say, will you please stand up? Linda McMahon. So great. How much is Harvard going to be charged? How much are you asking for Harvard? Because they really have violated a lot of different caveats, haven't they, huh? A lot, like a lot. They've been given $5 billion over the years, can you imagine? And that's over a short number of years. That's just the beginning. They have $52 billion sitting in the bank, and they haven't been nice to our country. So I want to thank Linda McMahon, who's been really fantastic. But I said, on interest, I said, why couldn't we, if a car is made in the United States only, because otherwise we don't care if it's made someplace else, give the people that buy the car a deduction on the interest that they're paying to buy the car. And people said, what a great idea. It's so simple. It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817. And he became a very rich person. And everybody looked at it and said, why the hell didn't I think of that? But it's like the paperclip, but only if the car is made in America. Remember that, James. We're going to keep those Michigan auto factories roaring. And as you know, we won Michigan by a lot, Susie, right? We won Michigan by a big margin, and something that typically is not easy, but I think we won it. I actually think we won it 3 times in a row. So it's been a great state, but a big factor with the auto workers. They went with us very big, and I love them. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also be an incredible victory for American farmers, another group that we did great with, especially family farmers like James.
I don't know if you guys remember earlier I said, bunker buster bombs, BBB, B2, BB, B2 bomber, BBB, and now it's this thing, Big Beautiful Bill. It's another one. I don't know exactly what it means, but keep an eye on it. They did the same thing with PPE. And I actually don't recall right now what it is, but you know, one was that you had to have PPE during the COVID, which is protective equipment, and then they used it again, and I can't remember what it was referring to. It doesn't matter.
Gulliver of Virginia Beach, our bill will provide 100% expensing so they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers. And it'll virtually eliminate the so-called estate tax or the death tax. So you have a farm, you leave it to your children. If you like the children, you don't worry about the deduction. No, some people don't want to leave them. They don't like their kids, you know? Anybody in here not liking their children, farmers? But if you like your kids, you want to leave it. And a lot of times what was happening before I got there, because I put this in the first tax bill, as you know, but people they'd leave their farm. There was no cash, but there was value to the farm, sometimes good value. It's called real estate rich and cash poor. And the kids had no money, and they'd be foreclosed out by a bank. They'd borrow money to pay the estate tax. You don't have to pay estate tax anymore. That's pretty big stuff. So for the farmers and for others in small business, it's great. But James's family has been working the land for generations, and with this bill, we will ensure that family farms like his can stay in the family from it.
A lot of this stuff sounds great, and I think that's why it's basically like too little, too late. I mean, give you all this stuff, but it's not going to matter because you're going down. It's like if you're on the Titanic and they're like, hey, you can come stay in first class, and you're gonna hit an iceberg that night anyways. You know what I mean? What would be the point? I guess the difference would be that you paid for it already. You're only getting back a little bit of what you've already been paying for.
Generations to come. Where's James? Where's James? That's good. And you know what I mean, James, right? People pass away, they love their kids or whoever they're leaving, but they love their kids especially. And you won't have the family farmer anymore for a long time because they were losing them to the banks and we're losing them at record numbers. It's not going to happen anymore. There's no tax. We're also going to empower American parents by expanding opportunity scholarships to provide school choice. School choice is a big deal. And we just got school working with the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott. We just had it passed in Texas. I know about that. Somebody said, yeah, that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for 9 years, and they asked me if I'd call the legislature, Republicans in the legislature, and I did. And then I gave them a pep talk, and everybody voted for it. First time they were shocked, but they never asked me to call them before. This was the first time that they got it passed, right, Susie? It was amazing. And it was something that Dan and Greg and everybody, they really wanted it. And Ted Cruz wanted it badly. They all wanted it. So we got it in Texas, but you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where's Angelina? Oh, you are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay. Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, where's Angelina? He said, she'll be right back, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for childcare and education are a foundation for
Main
stability
Street.
And dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and
Definitely
dignity.
be
Good
slowing
words
down.
for her family and with the one big beautiful.
Still 6 miles away. Something's smoking right there. But I guess it could be controlled burn. It just seems weird because of all the rain. Excuse me. Try to pay close attention to what Trump says whenever he's speaking publicly, these kinds of things, because every now and then he drops some shocking calms, you know. All right.
Bill, we're delivering both empowering hundreds of thousands of families to choose the public, private, charter, religious school or the home school of their choice. And Angelina, thank you very much for being with us. Beautiful. So this bill will also be the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning, and they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me, and they said, we don't care, we're endorsing you, but they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that, so we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents, and you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them, and they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers, they're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person, and they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad what that man has done to this country. We should never forget it, okay? We should never, ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think it was him. He didn't believe in open borders. He didn't believe in men playing in women's sports or transgender for everybody. But what that group of people has done to this country will never, ever, I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of border wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign.
So I just wanted to say that earlier I was saying how, you know, they've gone after him to accuse him of felonies and crimes, and you know, all the celebrities and everything coming out against him, and it's all really just to continue to prop him up, just like all the stuff that they drug us through that he's just referencing. And he was like, I don't think Biden was for those things. It was the group of people that were there. I think that they put us all through all those things so that he would be just a refreshing return. Like, oh, we just gotta get him back to get all that stuff to stop that. They've done a lot of things to build this character up. A lot of things. Now watch. Let's see how much he boasts on himself about Iran and Israel and all that. Let's see.
Countries and dramatically increased deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year. And what we're doing is we're really going after the criminal aliens, of which we have plenty to work with. People say, well, that's a lot, isn't it? Well, remember, these countries are very smart. They're headed up by people I know. In almost all cases, they're very smart people, and they have the people of great common sense. They're not sending the good people out. They're sending the bad people out, and they put them into caravans. I think I came up with that name, but somebody did. It's a great name, caravan. Thousands, and sometimes as many as 30,000 people walking right into our country. Again, last month we had none. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible, but they come in, and at a minimum, they're not people that work very hard. They're people that are on welfare. They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's incredible what's happened, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad. It could make you just sick to your stomach when you think about it. I was going to say it could make you cry, but I like to pretend I never cry. I don't want to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. What they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously, the country wouldn't stand a chance. But we're getting them out, not as fast as they came in, because they came in and you'd see hundreds of thousands pour into our country in a day. But we're getting them out. And here today is Angel Dad Joe Abraham, the Angel Moms and Angel Dads. These are incredible people. They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal alien from Guatemala. Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full force, going 60, 70 miles an hour right into the back of her car while she stopped. And she died immediately. and their killer, I think you could really say the killer, fled the scene. And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all, and we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is he around here? Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here. Oh boy. Thank you, Joe, very much. Also with us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of dollars to stop fentanyl and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada, and China billions of dollars in taxes that we put on because they've allowed people that are selling fentanyl.
So this here is Rockford, and we're going to be turning down Main Street here in just a moment. And that sound is a flag on this. It's not the tractor and the trailer, but just the tractor. Big rig. And he's got like flags on the front, and they're hitting the wind and go ta 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 ta, and it sounds kind of like an exhaust brake. I mean, kind of funny. He's going to be turning right here in front of me, and I'm kind of curious to see because it's a really old looking cab. See it. It's a red one right there. Probably not. We're still a ways away. We're still 93 miles away. Rockford. Ain't that like Rockford, Illinois? Fire. Well, Main Street right here. Small town. Established 1820, it says. Sign right there. $3.39. That seems kind of pricey for diesel. Here's another little tasty treat type local ice cream spot. I guess you got a few of these on 33. We're still making our way down 33. I don't know what that noise was. Big water tower. Looks like that trucker's got his boy with him riding shotgun in the big rig. Yeah, pretty cool. Hedge Park Veterans Memorial.
To go through their countries, or in the case of China, they send it here, and paying a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring across the border and stealing more American lives. And thank you, Sarah will not rest until that fight is done. We're gonna get that fight done. Sarah Stewart is where? Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Beautiful. Thank you. Good guy, huh? Yeah. I can see that. I also want to thank the president of the National Border Patrol. His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning. And Brandon before him. These are great people. I've gotten very friendly with some of these people from Border Patrol and ICE because I'd call them once every 2 or 3 days. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? If you remember, Kamala was the border czar. And in 4 years, she never made one call to Paul or Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words. If you're here, Paul. Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to end the chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there, we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to get it done so that no more families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
Well, that was very well spoken.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has, and he's worked with Tom Homan and Christie and all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible. And I wasn't going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is sitting there, and I have to call him up. Look at that. I don't call up the Speaker of the House. I don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone, but I want to call this guy because this guy is keeping us very, very safe. Come on up.
Well, look, I think this issue of the big, beautiful bill should be nonpartisan. I don't know what the hell's the matter with everybody up in Congress? People are dying every day. ICE is arresting 3 times as many criminals that the Biden administration did. We're taking public safety threats and national security threats off the street every single day. But we got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. This should be a no-brainer. The more resources we get, when we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights. More agents mean more bad guys arrested, taken off the streets of this country every single day. Every day we arrest a public safety threat.
So if something happens to me and they come and they take me away and they tell you a story about how I'm some kind of a threat to, you know what I'm saying? I do Palal that you can see that when they get the power and the authority, they're going to come after not just that, but any and all who would dare to say anything or expose anything against the administration. I was a prior supporter and Palal and would Palal for all this stuff. That would just be a simple matter of history repeating itself and the government becoming so powerful that it goes after anyone it would deem, I don't know, a threat or whatever. I don't think that they're gonna do that to me because who listens to me? You know what I mean? But I'd be highly sus for whoever they go after and whatever kind of evidence and things that they have against different groups of folks. I mean, and yet somehow, some way, there's still going to be these sleeper cells that are able to do things, right? Yeah. All still coming.
Or national security threat, this makes this country much safer. Who the hell would be against that? And I get irritated, I get pissed off because I'm sick of meeting angel moms and dads. You want to talk about family separation? They buried their children. So this, I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today. But we need more border wall. Border walls save lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who take care of the humanitarian needs and save their lives. We already got fentanyl seizures down half. Fentanyl seizures should be 100%. We should have 0 fentanyl come to this country. We need money to help secure that border at a higher level. Stop the fentanyl from coming in. Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known inspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country along with the FBI. With more money, we can arrest more of these people, make this country safer. It's a nonpartisan issue. Let's make this country safe again. So to the Democrats and the Republicans and the Independents, I don't care who you're from, pass the bill so we can make this country safe, so we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again. And without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
Big, beautiful bill.
He got so angry he didn't even shake my hand to look at me. Just
funny. That's pretty funny. Oh boy.
But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing, the job you've done. And
there's been a couple things that he said if they don't pass the bill, like taxes are going to go up 65% if they don't pass the bill, and if they don't pass the bill, we'll have no money for border security. It's like, are you guys planning on doing something that causes us to not be able to pass this bill? All hyping this whole thing, but then being like, oh my gosh, if this don't go through, it's apocalypse. We're already in the unveiling. That's what apocalypse means. The unveiling. I gotta turn here. Turn to the right. See how he got all these little quaint little old towns here. Let me see. My Shah sent me a message. I'm gonna have to check it, but I'm gonna have to wait until I make a turn. But I'm gonna pause you right now, and I'll be right back. I think this is interesting because this is how the navigation does. It just took me on this little. I'm just on this little. I don't know, back road. Just came into Indiana, and this road just went from 35 to 60. Same little road, narrow, tight little road. You can't even. I'm telling you, there's like no shoulder, no nothing. Next thing you know, I'm gonna see a little horse-drawn carriage going down the road here. Although here's a long strip of posi rear end burnout going side to side and all the way down. Anyway, we're on this guy for like 12 miles, so it's pretty wild how it is.
Just in finishing, look, this is the largest tax cut in the history. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. They have things, whether it's border or economic development or no tax on tips and Social Security and no tax on overtime, all these different things. There are hundreds of things here. It's so good. And we're going to also cut costs. We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting. The Democrats are going to destroy all three of them because it's not sustainable. They'll end up cutting your Medicare, Medicaid in half. So we're going to do a real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked around the clock for months. And, you know, I shouldn't say this, but we don't want to have grandstanders where one or two people raise their vote. We don't know. And they do it to grandstand, that's all. Not good people. They know who I am, who I'm talking about. I call them out. But we don't need grandstanders. We have to get our country back and bring it back strong. And our country's going to be stronger, bigger, better than ever before. We're going to make it better than ever before. And that's despite the bad hand that we were dealt 6 months ago. We were dealt a really bad hand. We were dealt a sick hand. It's unbelievable. You know, when I came back yesterday, as you know, I made a big trip to a place where we had 28 countries represented, and we did something that's never been done. They've raised the number of money, the amount of money that they've been to $1 trillion a year, and that's for world safety. But they all asked me the same question. They said, how could you have allowed this to happen to your country? I said, I didn't do it. But they said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences, they have walls, or they have just strong people standing there. You can't do it. And they said to me, you know, it's amazing that they allowed these things to happen, and it's amazing too. I agree. You know, as a business guy, I always like to understand where the other side's coming from. What do they want? What do they get? And, you know, you can make good deals based on understanding the other side. I never understood the other side in this case. Why would they allow people to pour into our country unchecked? You know, I can see people wanting people to come in, and you let them come in.
Told you why.
Process. You let good people. We're letting a lot of good people in.
Told you.
But they're coming in legally. But why would you allow people to come in that you can look at them and say, big trouble, big trouble? Why would you do it? It's nobody understands. And,
sabotage.
A lot of people say voting, but, you know, we're going to strengthen up our...
Voting? You're talking about rigged election? Weren't you even saying that they're rigged? And all of a sudden they're not, right? Yo, what are you doing? That Mercedes was coming straight for me. Is he clowning, or is he just not paying attention? I have no idea. So it looks like nobody coming through has to stop, so you gotta be really cautious.
It's for Republican, by the way, because it stands for a lot of other things too, but it stands for Republican with a little piece of blue on each side. But that's why, think of that, 2,750 districts to 505 districts. That's what, this was a slaughter, but it gave us a mandate to do some great things. And I want to thank John Thune, and I want to thank the speaker, and I want to thank Marco and everybody here. They have been so incredible. Pam, you've been unbelievable as the Attorney General. We appreciate it. Not easy, not easy. And we're coming back faster than anybody ever thought possible. I told you what they said to me on just trips by very smart people. But we're going to make this, we're going to do this very quickly. It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating very quickly, and we're going to be celebrating for a long time, because we're turning our country around. We're getting our country back, and we're ruling with common sense, you know, whether you're conservative or liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore. Progressive, I think it's a beautiful word too. That's why I call them liberal. It's too nice a word. I don't know how you can be progressive when you're turning the country backwards. But no matter what you are, it's all about common sense, and I think that's the way I've ruled. I do what's right. I want to have borders. I don't want to have transgender for anybody that happens to leave the house at a young age, the things they do. I don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That's got to be, you know, they say it's an 80-20. I think it's a 97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
See how much points he scores with that?
There was a long distance race the other day, or at least reasonably recently, and they had a top man and they had top woman, but it was a woman's race, and the man entered. He happened to be transitioned. Isn't that lovely? And he entered the race, and he beat the champion woman by 5 hours and 14 seconds. 5 hours. That's
obviously not okay.
Think of it. You're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go.
Gross.
You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. But who would allow this to happen? In other sports, the same thing. Try the weightlifting numbers someday. You want to see some big differences. In a million years, the women will never catch these numbers. It's not going to happen. And it's very demeaning to women. And I don't like it when it's demeaning to women. So we're turning the country around fast. We love you all. Thank you very much. And good luck. Thank you.
Been watching Donald Trump, the US president, at the White House, and I'm sure you got all of them.
All right, let me take a listen to this message really quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to believe. The part that was 6, I didn't do it by something, and I don't know how to do it. That was back there quite a long ways. I'm gonna stop here. But I don't think that there's any stop in so like you gotta really be just here. Okay, sir. Clear. Really is crazy.
Also, she just had cute hair. Meep meep.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous, pretty, cute hair. Are you in the car wash? Whoa, what's all that over there? Big silo or something? I don't know what that is. That's interesting. 45.
If you didn't, he's been focusing on taxation and spending priorities, otherwise known as this big, beautiful bill, which includes a whole
tax cuts, including eliminating those on Social Security income. One of the pivotal parts of his suggestions, though, include drastic increases in spending when it comes to immigration and deportation. Obviously inviting lots of people to the microphone there who share his point of view. He appears to be preaching to the already converted, but the bill already narrowly went through the House of Representatives by only a single vote. It now needs to go before the Senate. Mike Hanna, I'm sure, has been listening in every word of that. Mike, quite a few unsubstantiated claims by Donald Trump. I suppose he was speaking in front of people that very much share his point of view, but bring us up to speed on what this big, beautiful bill is all about, because there are many people, including the likes of Elon Musk and also the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, who believe that this isn't going to be hugely successful. Nevertheless, Trump does. Tell us more.
Yes, indeed, and he hasn't got it out of the Senate yet. There are big stumbling blocks in the Senate. The parliamentarian, the senior legal Senate official, has ruled that some of the items in the bill will not pass the tax test. Therefore, they've got to be taken out of the bill if it's going to be passed, which will lead to greater discussion. But to get back to what we've just heard, which was certainly at times left everybody aghast. He was speaking about the bill from a prepared text. But what was confusing is that he would continually move off this text to throw out some gripe, something about interest rates, for example, lashing out once again at the Fed chairman, lashing out at his predecessor, Joe Biden, speaking about women in men's sports. There were all sorts of items that came out of his mouth as he was speaking about this bill. One point he was talking about a truck driver from Missouri, which was part of the written script, and then all of a sudden goes back to, well, that is where the beautiful B-2s landed after flying for 37 hours, and by the way, the target was completely obliterated. He then goes back to the script. So this was something that was very, very difficult to follow, and also to check the immense amount of falsehoods that would...
See, like, even this is really meant to drive you to favor Trump more. It's like the character is like cartoony, insane looking guy, the way he's analyzing it, the way he sounds, everything. It's like you just want to go, yeah, whatever. I didn't have a problem with what he said. So just to drive, you know what I mean? Like I said before, I tried to say before, there's going to be people who listen to what these folks on the TV say and just believe every single thing that they say. They don't need to be swayed one way or the other because they're already given over. They're completely given over. If they told them right now to drop everything and go to the nearest FEMA camp, it's the only place where you can get fresh water, they would do it immediately.
Told during those off-the-script comments, that would take me as long as it took him to speak, quite honestly. But the real point there is that he's attempting to get that bill through the Senate. And there are problems for him, and perhaps this is one of the reasons why he held this rather bizarre event to try and bring...
So funny, too, he keeps on calling the bill a bull, like it's bull-s, right? He's trying to pass his bull. Weird.
Pressure to bear on those in the Senate from his own party who are resisting some of the portions of this, what Donald Trump calls his big, beautiful bill.
Mike, you're right, it was indeed very convoluted at times, perhaps, arguably, incoherent as well. But look, let's try and tease some of the details out that we could perhaps shine a spotlight on. He did claim that if the bill doesn't pass, there will be a, quote, 68% tax increase.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that's a pretty wild claim to make, isn't it? That basically if his ideas don't fly, you're all going to be paying significantly more.
He did.
Well, that is like the Don kind of threatening everybody with extinction if they do not toe the line. That is frankly quite ridiculous. There would never be a 68% tax increase if this bill passes. He said as well about the bill that there would be no tax on Social Security. This would be a very important point. There would be no taxes on tips. That was...
It's so funny because he says, oh, this is ridiculous. And then he says, there would never be a 68% increase if the bill passes. So he's technically not lying. But he just misspoke, right? Because he probably meant to say if the bill doesn't pass. But if he would have said that, that would have been a lie. It's very subtle. It's like that whole thing where you put your hand behind your back and you cross your fingers and you tell a lie but your fingers crossed, so right? Or you make a statement, they finish the sentence in your mind that makes it true, but without that part it was the opposite, right? Double speak. Anyway, don't think that they don't do these things, because they do. Claim in the spiritual realm that they what they said was the truth, that they told the truth. So their conscience is clear. And you were warned, you just didn't listen, so it's your own fault.
One of his campaign promises. But amidst all of this, there is that ongoing discussion in the Senate, as there was in the House when it was narrowly passed, in a slightly different version though, about where...
Oh shoot, sorry, I didn't realize I missed a message. Just one second.
Grandiose ideas are going to be funded from. If you slash taxes, he's talking about slashing the average person's annual taxes by some 15%. Now, this is a huge figure in terms of actual tax reduction. Now, those who are reluctant to pass this bill see it as actually rooted in unreality. And what they see as well, even somebody like Elon Musk, as you mentioned, that great supporter, one-time supporter of Donald Trump, was never a supporter of this bill because he argued very strongly that it was going to increase the U.S. debt by trillions of dollars over the next decade, that it was not self-supportive because the books just didn't balance, according to Elon Musk. And that is what some of Trump's own party members are deeply concerned about the reality of what is made in these promises made, promises kept, as Donald Trump mentioned there. So it is a major issue, and remembering as well is that Donald Trump was insistent that he wanted to sign this bill by July the 4th, Independence Day. Well, given what's been happening in the Senate in recent hours, that appears to be very, very unlikely because there is still massive wrangling going on in the Senate. Democrats to a person are completely opposed to this bill, so they have got to get every single Republican vote, and there are still Republicans holding out who are not going to vote in favor of this bill as it stands at present.
Just to remind our viewers what Elon Musk said about this bill, Mike, he called it this massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill that is a disgusting abomination. Make of that what you will. Mike Hanna, many thanks for that. Mike Hanna there in Washington, D.C.
Wild stuff.
The US attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities have been. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has held a news conference responding to a leaked intelligence report that suggests the American strike put the country back by only a few months. Hegseth made the comments alongside the chairman of
We got more, believe it or not, more thunderstorms here. It's like down on the ground right there, arching across, and down on the ground right there. And of course we're going, we still have 63 miles to go. stay on 27, 11 miles, and turning on, it looks like a littler road, Lima. So I don't know, guys. It's getting pretty wild. Especially, kind of feel like it's taking us some back routes. Back routes. 11 miles. Properties out here, you know, where they have quite a bit of land and solid looking construction, brick homes. I mean, there's all kinds of things mixed in. I'm just saying, if you scan the countryside over here, you're going to see quite a few of these. And I don't know if so it said Hogland and Yoder, some of the towns in this area. It's a crazy looking circa right there. Looks like a Catholic church.
Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Together they showed off the weapons they say completely destroyed Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Kane said it had taken 15 years of research to create a bomb that could penetrate the Fordow nuclear facility being built deep underground by Iran.
That's General
Kane reports from the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia.
A very combative press briefing here at the Pentagon. What we saw was video of a bomb similar to the one used in Iran that be detonated at a test site. We saw some satellite imagery and some graphics as to what they were trying to hit, but that is about the extent of what they provided. They didn't provide any actual evidence to back up their claims that the Iranian facility was obliterated in their words. But we did hear from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and a very, very strong attack on the media's credibility.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
Calling it the most complex and secretive military operation in the history of the United States is a fairly big claim to make if you look back at things such as D-Day or the killing of Osama bin Laden. But in a very unusual move, the Pentagon really tried to tell a story talking about the service members that were involved.
That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so.
It's very clear what they're doing here at the Pentagon. They are trying to say that the media is questioning the character of the service members involved, but
LDS,
instead what they're really doing...
Looks like an LDS church converted into a mosque.
Questioning the effectiveness on U.S. military strikes in Iran. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera at the Pentagon.
Well, the news conference was followed by a classified briefing where senators and lawmakers were able to question Trump's decision to bomb 3 Iranian nuclear sites and whether those strikes were successful. Ajido Castro sent us this report from Capitol Hill.
U.S. senators briefed on the damage of the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites walked away from that closed-door meeting on Thursday with very mixed reactions. Both parties, though, agree that there was severe damage inflicted on those sites, but whether or not it was utter...
I'm actually thinking about pulling into this. I've never stayed at one of these places before. Understand? Oh, there's a Walmart here. And I understand they allow overnight parking sometimes at these types of places. So that second Nepal.
For calling Menards, where we are dedicated to service and quality. Visit Menards for product pricing and availability to check special order status. If you are glad to check rebate status, purchase product or in-store pickup will ship directly to your home. For our store or holiday hours, you may press 99. Because please select one of the buttons. For information on building materials, doors, windows, or millwork, press 01. For hardware, or tools, furniture, garden center and supplies, patio furniture, grills, press 202. For electrical or lighting, press 20. For paint coverings or groceries, press 205. For plumbing, heating, or housewares, press 206. For floor treatments, press 207. For cabinets or appliances, press 220. For guest deliveries or for the furniture, rental center, or accounts payable, press 216. Human resources, or 213. Commercial and contract sales, press 224. For operator, press star.
I was wondering if you guys allow overnight parking. Okay, thank you so much. Don't.
From Sam Thanks for calling Walmart. We're currently experiencing unusually high call volume, and we're unable to connect you with an associate at the moment. Please try calling again a bit later, or visit walmart.com for local store information.
Destruction that depended on which party you asked.
Thank you for calling your local Walmart. We're open daily from 6 a.m. to...
trying to say some canisters, little stove thing, which I don't know if you from releasing air, which then I spoke to them inside because no one ever did answer the phone. They can't answer the phone if they're standing around having a conversation. But that's okay. They were actually pretty kind and they said, "Oh, are you a trucker?" And I said, "Yeah." And then they started answering. I said, "Well, actually, I'm an RV transporter, but kind of the same thing." And which it is kind of, because you got to drive 11, you got to, you know. I'm out of time, so I'm actually going to make it. I had put myself on a break, which was fine, but now I'm going to actually put myself on off duty. I'm going to pretend that wasn't even directed in my direction at all, because I do not care. So let's figure something real quick. So from where I am, if I wanted to go back, you remember my red roof inn. Which was in Greensboro, NC. And there might be several. Coliseum, no. Airport. That was my guy. They got 3.5 stars. That definitely should not be the case, but so it was. So if I do directions from here, from my current location, it's going to give me a number, which is 554. So I'm going to come in here and put my distance. Oops. Click on documents. My distance, that's 554. Done. Save. Go back here. Put myself to off duty. Just verify. I had 1 hour left, but it's fine. I'm going to go off duty, and I'm actually going to sign my, well, hang on. Let me just review. Safety check, 4:45, 30-minute break, 5:15, 15-minute break. Off duty. Yes, I will sign this. And that takes care of that. And I got a little message from my mashpaka. 1 second. All right. So I'm going to move us around to the spot where they told me I should park. She said more to the pharmacy side, I think she said, which it actually says lawn and garden. This is the pharmacy side where I'm at, but also it's kind of like away from the store more. And there's that lawn and garden. See, there's already like a multi-hauler down here. I'm gonna make my way down here actually. Got a couple different trucker type situations going on over here. Actually, I would really like to be parked in an orientation that forces me to the back of my seat back here. So let's try doing something like this. We'll see. Don't know what's going to happen with the rain right now, but the park right here. It's all well, guys. I think I'm gonna be just fine right here. I don't know if I can see anything going on the radar right now. But let's try to take a look. So this is Fort Wayne. I'm at a Walmart in Fort Wayne. Ooh, I think there's, oh, it looks like there's actually quite a bit of storm. Let me see if I'm northeast. And that means that's probably north. And that means the storm's probably coming from behind me right now. And I don't think I'm gonna really be doing much of anything outside for a while, which is pretty sucky because I could want to be tempted to just inflate my mattress and go to sleep. I'm pretty tired actually, but we're not doing that just yet. I'm gonna wait and see what happens with the weather because I'm gonna need to get my big old camping bin up out of here, and I might not be eating anything or whatnot. I think I might have already said that, and I'm sorry if I already said that, family. Not trying to repeat myself, just saying the things that pop into my mind at the moment. So I do got a 5G connection here, and I'd like to get this video uploaded. I feel like today was a day where I would want to encourage you guys to check out all the stuff that we went over, and maybe to share it, because there may be some folks that would be interested in this kind of long form, slowtainment with a lot of truth things spoken. At least I'm perceiving these things to be truth, and if you disagree, please let me know, because we can reason together. I am open to such things. So let me Palal here, and so Abinu Yahuah Tara for this day. Thank you for your protection, for your provision, for bringing me safe to this spot. I'd ask that you cover me and make me invisible to the enemy. Allow me to rest well and to be rejuvenated in mind, body, and ruach. I do Palal for my brothers and sisters, the mashpaka, that you give them your gil, shalom, and hasad. Deliver us from wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash and bring us safely into your everlasting kingdom in your Qadashayam, Bahasham, Al-Kasham, Yahusha, HaMashiach. Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom, mashpaka.